Anybody connected on the WebEx, please give us a test call, sound check.
Morning, sir. Hey, man. Up and about. Up and about. This is the guy. With small hazings.
I know.
That's what I was asking about. Using everyone,
Mr. Andrew, can you give me a sound test?
You guys, you want them?
Miss Laura, can you give me a sound test?
I can hear everything. It's working great.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. We will begin momentarily. We ask everyone that is in the assembly if you would take off your photo IDs if you are presenting. And if you have phones, we ask that you mute them or turn them off at this time so there will be no interruptions. Thank you. Testing. Good morning, everyone. The New Orleans District is privileged to welcome you to the Army Corps of Engineers Industry Day 2024. My name is Renee Elizabeth Davis, and I'm the command's executive assistant. Before we get started, I will go over a few announcements. This will help to run today as smoothly as possible. Our district's number one goal and motto is everyone in the room, everyone goes home safe. With this in mind, should there be a call for an emergency or if we should have to exit the building, we will all go through the back center doors and through the lobby. We will go down the stairs and assemble at the helicopter pad until released to ensure that everyone is safe. Bathrooms are located in the center of the building with the females on the left and the males on the right. Throughout the building, we will have volunteers located to guide you and assist you with any questions that you may have and to get you to the right locations should you get lost. We have invited you to this meeting to give you a better understanding of the projects we are currently working on and to identify future contract opportunities that are available to you. We have points of contacts for questions after this event is over. Our primary point of contact is Alondra Baldwin. She is the contract specialist for the project's West Branch, and you see that is her email address. Any questions that you may have can be found by looking in the www.sam.gov by looking in the keyword New Orleans Virtual Industry Day 2024 under the contracting information section and by submitting it to the contract division prior to Wednesday, May 8th. Your questions will be answered and posted back with this notice no later than Wednesday, May 22nd. We're having a little technical difficulty. The slides are forwarding in here, but not out in the virtual land. So we're just making that adjustment at this time.
Do you wanna, is he here?
At this time, we bring introductions from the command to you. We welcome our guests on site to this industry day, followed by our Chief of Business Oversight Branch of Contracting, providing information on doing business with the government. Our agenda has announcements. We did the welcome remarks, contracting. We will do our project overviews, safety, and then closing remarks in that order. Now up, Mr. Jeff Wagasback.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Renee. My name is Jeff Wagasback. I'm the Chief of the Business Oversight Branch here, which is part of Contracting Division at MVN. And today we're going to be talking a little bit about federal government contracting process and doing business with the government. We're going to talk about market research, the different types of solicitations we have, evaluating how we evaluate those solicitations, some best practices before you submit your IFB or RFP and even the RFQ, what transpires as we make contract award, and then followed up by contract administration after that contract has been awarded. So jumping right into it, we'll talk about market research first. We use our sam.gov website. Ms. Renee had mentioned that just a little while ago. That's our official site that we're mandated to use for our business. We post a variety of different things on that site. We have our sources sought. We post our synopsis, which is our pre-solicitation notice, followed by posting the actual project, the actual solicitation itself. So to discuss the difference a little bit between these, with sources sought, this is basically when we put out a notice because we need industry to talk to us. We need industry to come back to us because we have questions. Sometimes we put out a source of thought saying, hey, we have this big project coming up, and we want to know how many contractors that have the capability to do this are interested in this job. It can be anything from that to also saying, hey, we're planning out this action, but we don't know exactly if anyone in the area even has the capability. So sometimes we put it out just saying, is your company have the capability to do this? But it is posted on sam.gov. And it's your opportunity to let us know what your capabilities are and give us your professional input for the information we're looking for. That's different from a pre-solicitation notice. A pre-solicitation notice, we're required to post on sam.gov a minimum of 15 days before the actual solicitation is issued. Okay, so when you see a pre-solicitation notice, it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be exactly 15 days that you'll then find the solicitation being posted, but it is kind of the heads up saying, hey, as the government, at a minimum 15 days or later, we will be posting the full solicitation package on the sam.gov site. In certain situations, I mean, most of the time, you will have that solicitation followed up after that 15 days.
Excuse me, for those out in virtual land, please mute your mics.
Between 18 feet and
The
the soil is going to be fucking expensive.
control window,
I told her, sent an email yesterday, this one should be a buyout.
unless I can do it like this.
Let me move that up.
Okay, I got it. I just didn't know what to do if I can't see the person's name because I just muted them on
I'm
there.
gonna move this back over here. So you have that control too, so you can see it
Okay,
expanded
got it.
as well.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry, just a little bit of technical difficulty for a second. And to finish up on the pre-solicitation notice, in certain situations, it can be, months or years, depending on the scope of the project, how big it is. But like I said, most of the time, you will see that solicitation package 15 days or so after the pre-solicitation notice has been posted. Okay, for solicitations now, we put out our notice. We said the government, intends to issue the solicitation for any given project. And then you see the solicitation posted. It'll give some general information. You'll still be able to see the pre-solicitation notice with that solicitation posting. But the biggest difference is once we post the solicitation, you'll have access to that physical document, that PDF. It can be an RFQ, an invitation for bid. It can be a request for proposal. But once we post that solicitation package, you will have the actual document that explains the technical part of it, all the contracting clauses, exactly what we're looking for from you. And most of our solicitations will have to be advertised for a minimum of 30 days. Sometimes there's emergencies, things like that. We might be able to get approval for, a shorter notice, but regular business posture for us is that solicitation will be out there for a minimum of 30 days. But there can also be amendments to the solicitation package. So we put out our solicitation. We have it out there for everyone to download. But then as time goes on within that 30 days, things may come up that we have to relay to industry. And that's why it's important that we have the ability to post amendments. Amendments are changes to the solicitation. Sometimes we put out a solicitation and industry comes back with a number of questions. Hey, I went through the solicitation package. I looked through the plans and specs, but I don't understand this part. This part doesn't make sense to me. I think maybe there's a mistake in there or there's something that just needs to be clarified further. So sometimes we put those out. We get a number of questions from industry and we say, okay, we've got about 10, 15 questions. We're going to answer this via an amendment. We're going to put out that amendment. We're going to show you what those questions were, and we're going to put the answers that we get from our technical folks or from the contracting side, whatever the questions related to. And in addition to that, sometimes we realize there's a mistake. Sometimes we put out a solicitation and, not very often, but we're going through it, taking a double look at it, and we notice, oh, wait, when we did those plans and specs, the project site was set up a certain way. Something changed on it a month ago and we didn't realize we had to go back and fix it. We might post an amendment changing those plans and specifications. So if you're interested in a project, you see the solicitation on sam.gov, you want to check and make sure you're also addressing all the different amendments that come out, because you will have to address those with your package submittal that you provide to us. When you give us your package, you must acknowledge all of those amendments. You are to put that with your package that you submit to contracting. If you don't do that, not only is it going to cause problems with your bid or proposal and us being able to accept it, but it's your confirmation that you have the latest information related to that solicitation. That's why it's so important. Without you acknowledging those amendments, we don't know for sure that you've seen those questions and answers. We don't know for sure that you've seen the updated plans and specs, and that can cause problems with your bid because that could affect pricing as well as a number of the technical aspects. Moving along, we have 3 different types of solicitations. First one is request for quote. I always like to say, this is probably your most basic. It's normally related to a supply or a service. On a smaller scale, it's normally less than $250,000, which is our simplified acquisition threshold. And a lot of times it's commercial. And when we use commercial procedures, that can go up to $7.5 million. That's basically us issuing an RFQ to a contractor saying, we need this and we need it by this day. Give us your price. You tell us what you can do it for, and you tell us when you can get it to us by, and then we decide if we can do a contract with you. Again, a lot of those are like for 8A companies, things like that, where we say, hey, we can just come to you for this simple supply or service, and it'll be faster and more advantageous to us to just go directly to a contractor in a lot of those situations. Sometimes emergencies come up. We may get approval that we can sole source something, even if it's not to an 8A company. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the freshwater emergency we had in southern Louisiana with the salinity content of the water coming up from the Gulf of Mexico. A lot of those actions were emergency, and we got permission to go to certain contractors that we knew had the capability for that. So sometimes we may just be going straight to you, even if you're not an 8A company. We may come to you looking for sole source. Hey, there's this emergency. Here's your RFQ. We need it back in a day or two. We got to get moving on this. So when that comes up, time is of the essence. Next, we have our RFP, used to communicate government requires to prospective contractors and solicit proposals. Basis for award is either LPTA, which is lowest price technically acceptable, or the trade-off process. This is when there's some aspect of the job where there's something more than just price. There is some type of technical aspect to it to where if you bid on it or you give us a proposal on it, rather, you are not only asserting that, that you have your price in there, but also that you meet whatever technical requirement is mandated from that solicitation. And then after that, we have our IFB, which is what we do for a lot of our dredging jobs, a lot of our construction jobs. It's often referred to as sealed bid. There's usually no discussions, no negotiations. We hold a bid opening, and if you have the low price and you are responsive, then normally you will get the award, okay? Price is the key factor here, but in some instances, you might submit a price that doesn't calculate out correctly when we check it. You may be non-responsive because you don't have a bid bond or something like that. But in normal circumstances, that award is made based on the lowest price. So evaluating solicitations, okay, we've put out the solicitation, we've gotten your proposal, we've gotten your bid. What do we do? IFB, again, this is normally low price. You evaluate the responsiveness in addition to price. What I just mentioned, your bid guarantee is your bid bond. No deviation from the solicitation specifications. You've acknowledged all of the amendments as part of that. And you have your price and it's correct. You didn't make a miscalculation. It all equates out when we check your price. We look for unbalanced pricing. Sometimes you give us a price and we say, how can this be true? Our government estimate tells us, it costs $1 million for this line item, and we just got your proposal or your bid rather, and it says $10,000. We need to check with you on that because that's a serious situation where we don't want you to lose money in performing this work for the government. We also have to evaluate responsibility. We check CPARs, we check FAPAs. CPARs is a system we use for past performance on other government contracts. If it's a large business that's getting the award, do you have your subcontracting plan? We need our small business office to take a look at that and approve it. And then just some common mistakes when people submit IFBs. There's always going to be a date and a time when it's due. If you don't hit that date and time, if you don't get it to us by then, 99.9% of the time, your bid is not going to be considered, and we go to whoever, the next responsive low price bidder is. Sometimes we put out certain projects that says, hey, we're setting this aside, for example, for service disabled veteran-owned business. If you submit your bid, even if you're low price, you're not an SD vet company, we can't consider your bid. It was set aside for that specific socioeconomic group. So it's important to know the status of your business and understanding the way the solicitation is put out there to make sure that you would be responsive with your company. Maybe you weren't able to get a bid bond. Maybe you give us a bid bond and it doesn't have that exact amount of money that we asked for on it. That can be a problem as well. You don't acknowledge the amendments. You give us a bid, but you don't sign off on it. All of those are common mistakes and issues that can result in your bid not being considered. So please pay attention to that when you're bidding on one of these projects. And then RFP, it deals with more than just price. Sometimes we're evaluating the technical, past performance, small business participation in addition to the price. Same thing, we have to check your responsibility through all of the SAM, FAPAS, CPAR systems. But in addition to price, you're going to get ratings associated with those technical factors that we outline in the solicitation. We tell you what you're looking at. We tell you how important each part is in relation to the other parts so that you understand kind of the grading scale, so to speak, for it. And in a trade-off situation, some of those factors, those adjectives we use to describe the ratings, outstanding, good, acceptable, marginal, unsatisfactory. If you get a debrief after, you would see those ratings that you receive for each of those factors. And some common mistakes made with RFPs. Failure to address all the evaluation factors. Oh, I have a lot to talk about with my past performance, small business participation, but I'm kind of weak on technical, so I'm not going to put anything in there for technical. Unfortunately, that doesn't fly. If we say that it's got to be part of the package, you've got to address every single technical factor we have in there. Sometimes we give instructions like, hey, for the technical for past performance, for example, we want your 5 most recent projects related to the type of work that we're asking for under this solicitation. And you give us, less than that, or you give us more than that, or you exceed the number of pages we tell you. We try to be very specific in what we're asking for. Also, failure to show relevant recent past experience. Hey, I did all these jobs and these are great, but they're not related to the work we're trying to do under this new project. So sometimes we can't consider it because it's just not relevant. And not understanding the trade-off considerations. Again, there's usually kind of a informal type of math formula where we say this factor and this factor are of equal importance to this other factor so that you know how important each one is in relation to the other ones. Best practices before submitting the bid or proposal. Make sure you read and download all the attachments with that solicitation on sam.gov. Make sure you understand the period of performance or the delivery schedule or the completion date when it's construction. Those dates are usually very important for us, so please don't bid on something where you say, well, I can definitely get this product, but it'll take me an extra 2 to 3 months of what they're asking for. That can cause a problem, so please consider that before you put in a bid or proposal for a project. Understand the provisions, terms, and conditions cited within the solicitation. Check your price calculations on your bidding and pricing schedule. Again, I mentioned that earlier. We have gotten bids or proposals sometimes where, the math seems okay on paper, and then when we check it, when we do our calculations, we realize the Excel spreadsheet didn't put out the right total number. It doesn't calculate right with the quantity and the unit price. So please always double and triple check your numbers on your pricing. Read and understand the proposal submission information. Again, when it's like an RFP, we're telling you, hey, we want X amount of volumes of information. Each volume is limited to X amount of pages. You need to know all that, because if you give it to us and it's not in line with what we asked for, that could be a reason for us not to consider it. Offer precisely what's asked for. Resolve inconsistencies or ambiguities by submitting RFIs to the point of contact. You're always going to see a point of contact for usually a specialist, a contracting officer, sometimes both, so you know who to reach out to. And as I mentioned, before, where we have the sam.gov where you can submit questions, you see it, but you have questions. Make sure you send those in. Don't just assume something. Send it in a timely manner so we can get you an answer. That way you don't give us something that's incorrect, okay? Contract award, RFQ, if the price is good and the quote that you gave us is technically acceptable, you will get that award. If it's an emergency, a lot of times that technical acceptability can depend on the speed of the delivery, the quantity, how fast we can get it, and in what type of amount. All of those could be very important factors that we're looking for as the government. For your IFB, which is your invitation for bid, normally it's the lowest price responsive bid. If you have the lowest price, you got your bid bond, you've got everything else we asked for, you're probably going to get that award. And then for RFP, again, that could be low price technically acceptable, where it's a check. Hey, in order to do this, you have to be certified by the city or state, and you have to have a certain type of permit. And that may be the only technical factor we check for. So are you the lowest price, and do you have that permit for your company? Okay, great, you get the award. And for a trade-off, again, that's where you have multiple factors, where you have those adjectives, or you outstanding, good, marginal, etc. All that gets taken into account. We have to consider everything. So you may get the award because you're the best technical company, even if you're not necessarily the lowest price. Price is always a factor usually, but it is possible you could get the award because you're so much more technically advantageous than the lowest price company. We want to go with you. And then finally, with contract administration, whoops, let me move this out the way. Sorry about that. When you have an award over $250,000, generally you're going to have a contracting officer representative, a COR that's appointed. When it's under $250,000, you may not have a dedicated COR, but you'll have a point of contact, a customer from our office, someone in operations, construction, engineering, saying, hey, when we give you this award, call this person and work out what the delivery schedule is. Make sure they know to be ready when it's delivered. But the COR is your government contact regarding any questions, coordinating performance, and it's the person responsible for rating your performance. They basically have the input for your CPARS rating, if CPARS is applicable to your government job, that contract. COR is not authorized to change terms or conditions of the contract. That's why that's in bold for a very specific reason. Your COR should never direct you to do something on the contract that involves changing something in the job that you're performing. That should always come through the contracting office via modification. That has to be from a contracting officer. They're issued unilaterally sometimes, like if it's a change order, we're exercising options, we're making a minor administrative change, or even terminating a contract. But you'll know in advance, usually, if there's a contract termination. Most of the time, we've spoken to you well ahead of time, and you pretty much know that's coming. And then sometimes we have to do bilateral, which just means that both parties sign off on the modification to make it official. We send it to you, we give you a chance to review it. You sign off on it, the contracting officer signs off on it, and then it goes into effect. And before I stop, does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Before bringing small business, we'll have Lieutenant Colonel Weander come up and bring opening remarks.
All right, good morning. How y'all doing today? All right, we talked a lot of detail, and we're going to talk more detail in a moment. I'd like you all to just take a minute, take a breath, because I'm going to talk big picture. I'd like to give you some context of why we're here and what we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you a bunch of facts and figures. I'm going to tell you a whole bunch of interesting trivia. I don't need you to remember a single word of it. You don't need to remember my name. You don't remember a single thing I'm going to tell you. I need you to remember one thing. There's opportunity in New Orleans, and that's the only thing I'm going to ask you to remember. Let me orient you to the district. The district begins at the old river control structure and extends to the head of passes, heel to toe in southern Louisiana. Within those geographic boundaries, 3.4 million American citizens reside. Of those, 2.1 live in what would otherwise be Mississippi River floodplain, whose lives are made possible by the levees and systems that this district has built. Furthermore, there's 1.1 million American citizens that live at or below sea level in the greater New Orleans area, whose lives are made possible by the hurricane storm damage risk reduction structure. So that's the people. Let's talk commerce. Navigation. We have the number 1 and number 3 inland waterways in the U.S. cross right here in this district. Mississippi River being the number 1. Last year, nearly $1 trillion worth of commerce went on that entire system. $973 billion. Of that, $400 billion was between the head of passes and Baton Rouge, right here in the local area. Massive economic infrastructure and impact to this nation. With that, we also have the preponderance of oil, natural gas, and petrochemical industry, not just in the U.S., but on the North American continent, right here in the local area. This is key terrain for the nation. This is of strategic importance. And Congress recognized that. Last year, the Corps of Engineers, a worldwide engineering organization, 44 districts, hundreds of thousands of employees, delivered $6.3 billion across the face of the earth. $6.3 billion, that's a good year. Of that $6.3 billion, $1.2 billion was dedicated right here in the local area. Nearly $1.05 the Corps of Engineers did worldwide was dedicated to the New Orleans area. This is of vital importance to our nation. All right, with that being said, you could say I'm a small business. I can't compete with those type of things. I understood what Jeff just told me, but that's just not for me. Ladies and gentlemen, 60% of the available dollars that could go to small business last year did go to small business last year. Hundreds of millions of dollars. So ladies and gentlemen, to wrap this up, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Nate Weander. If you don't remember anything else, there is opportunity in New Orleans. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you. Next up, we have small business.
Good morning, everybody. How can you follow an act like that? Man, they've said it all. Well, I'm going to use my standard speech. Is all the veterans in the room, please rise. Give them a hand, because without them, we probably wouldn't be as free and as authors have the opportunity. Now, that key word is opportunity there. And you're going to hear from our program managers, team leads about those opportunities. As the Colonel said, you may not be able to bid on a $30 million project, but what part can you do? Can you team with somebody? And I guarantee you, 60% of the dollars spent have gone to small business. And I'm very, very proud of that to represent this district. Okay. Where do we get our authority from? FAR Part 19, a whole chapter in there. You want to go to sleep? Read it. It will put you to sleep. But it gives the rules and regulations. And generally, it says maximum practical opportunity. Practical opportunity means, can you do that work? Yes or no? As Jeff related to, you got to be competent to do the project. Take on what you can and be good at it. Not what you think you can do, what you can do successfully, like the back of your hand. That's what I can do, and that's what I do well. And it's for all the subcategories, the hub zone, the service-disabled veterans, the veteran-owned, the small disadvantaged businesses, and all. It's there. We look for those opportunities to set those projects aside. The problem we have is when we do a sources sought, 0 respondents. Or we put it out as a small business set aside and we get 0 bids. So I employ you. Answer those. You may be the only one that put a bid in. Wow. What a way to win. Nobody else showed up. Oh, that's good. All right. There are some executive orders and things like this, policies that have boosted the need to use small business. Equity and federal procurement, not just the Corps by itself, the federal government overall. And It goes on and on. I'm not going to labor the point, but it's there to support that. Okay. The main one I want to talk about is Mr. Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense. Now, that's way above us. We're the Corps of Engineers, part of the Department of Army, part of the Department of Defense. So yeah, we're small. The New Orleans district is small compared to that, but we do a lot, as you heard the Colonel talk about. Out of the total Corps budget, 1.2 billion was right here in the local area. Wow, opportunity. Good. And he's talking about how the defense industry base, small businesses responding to it, have backed away. Is there a particular reason that it's backed away from those opportunities that are out there for you? I implore you, look at those opportunities, read those solicitations. Because the Army, small business is big business in the department, in the Army altogether. And this is just a slide of what the Department of Army did in 22. How many billions were spent for small business? 24.5 billion. And I'm not going to labor it all the way down, but these are just some numbers to show you. This is the big picture at Department of Army. The Corps of New Orleans gets rolled up into the Valley, Mississippi Valley Division, rolled up to USACE, rolled up into Department of Army. And that's where these numbers come from. And we pull that. This was the last report we had in 19th of this month. And here at the New Orleans District, we are extremely small business friendly. We're looking for every opportunity. Our contracting team is looking for those opportunities, but we need your help to respond to those opportunities that are out there. Say, yes, you can. You may have to join forces together to make it happen, but it's there for your taking. What we spent in 23 out of $951 million, 561 of it went to small business. It was awarded to a small business. Wow. Almost 60%. There's nothing finer. And you can see the breakdown and down the other categories as well. But it is a fair representation of what this area opportunity-wise brings to you. So far this year, 24, as of the 19th of this month, when this was put together, 45% is at small business right now. We spent $183 million, 83 of it has gone to small business. That is a good one, but there's more to come. As you heard the Colonel talk about, 1.2 billion opportunities are out there. Okay. Now I'll switch over to give you something you take home with you. This is our website. If you take nothing else away, this is what you want to get and find out things. How to get there? There's the URL at www.mvnusace.army.mil. That gets you right there. That's the old way. At the top up there, you can do the drop down and get down to small business, or you can go down to the, as you tune into this number one page here, go down to small business. Either one will get you to the page. Or you can cheat like I do. Use a QR code. Yeah, they're easy, they're cheap today, and they're fun to use. Fun to make too. When you get there, there's a lot of information available to you for your understanding. It's a wealth of information. It's there for you to help you. First of all, you got a contact information, my information up there, and Ms. Nezra Vance is not with us today, but she is an intern that's learning the system as well. We're here to help you. We have phone numbers, we have emails as well. Email is the best way to get us because, as you can see, the district is going in 40 different directions, and my time is pulled in 40 different directions as well. Well, contact us. What would you like to talk about? Contact our small business office. There's the information, how to feedback, get to us. Let us get back to you. Can't answer the phone right away a lot of times. We may be out doing other things, but there's the opportunity. Acquisition forecast. Anybody interested in the acquisition forecast? Raise your hand if you are. I'm glad to see that you are because it's of value to you. What do we got coming up? What possibilities? But a forecast is like the weather, subject to change. So Mr. Williams may have a project up there, he's right there, but things happen that it gets delayed or rolled into the next year. He doesn't want it, but sometimes it happens, and that happens with a lot of projects. But it's a notification to you, what is possible for you, what we're planning to do. And you can blow it up and get the full report. And there's a wealth of information here, just great information. Steps for vendors. Information for IT companies. Here at the district, we have very little need for an IT company because that contract is written at a higher level, usually at Department of Army or higher for that. A safety and health regulation manual. Doing business with the Corps. How do you do business with the Corps? There are some good pointers for you. The Federal Acquisition Regulations, or the FAR, that nasty word. Yeah, that's the big law book about that thick, and it puts you to sleep for sure. Small business awards. Yes, we like to brag about the awards that this district wins, and when it competes against the rest of USA's Department of Army or Department of Defense for it. Industry Day presentations. I just had a Small Business Industry Day. It wasn't held here. It was held at UNO. How many attended? Did you come? All right. I know. I see some friendly faces over there. Haven't seen in a while. Some great marketing information over there, doing business with the Corps, roadmap to success, marketing to the government, not just to the Corps, to the government. Maybe something gets you thought about, or maybe it was a mystery to you at one time. Here's the way to kind of get some information for you, cheap and easy and straight to the point. Plus some small business information there. I'm not going to go through it, but a lot of good information is on this page, as well as one I call Sabrifa. This is where you as a small business have the opportunity, hey, you've done something wrong. You feel like you've been wrong in some way, not by contracting or anybody else, but things that just not going right. There is a way to do it. You can protest. You can go to, there are GAOs and things like that. However, but there's a way to keep it at the lowest level. Has the district had some? Yes, they have had. And these come down from way up high down for investigation and resolution. But it is there as protection for any small business. All right, something how that you can help the New Orleans district. Look for priming and subcontracting opportunities like Jeff was talking about. Maybe you can't do that $30 million project by yourself or your own company. However, but if you put two companies together, there's power there. There's capability there. Look for those opportunities, and you've got a room full of it right here today. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. Get to shake a hand, but change those business cards. Get to know the people that are here locally, that are going out looking at the same projects you may be looking at. Prepare to bid, whether it's a set aside or unrestricted. Just because it says as a small business, it says unrestricted, does not mean that cuts you out. As I look around the room, I know several contractors here that have won unrestricted competition. And there's nothing finer for me as a small business professional to say, small business won. All right, I'll drop the gauntlet there. Reply to those sources sought. That is what the contracting folks look at as, how can we do this? Is there enough interest from small business? Can we set it aside for a woman-owned, a hub zone, et cetera? But if you don't respond or make your voice known, silence is not golden in this case. Read the entire solicitation several times. Always understand what is required of you to perform or do. And I always make the lovingly joke, read it 3 times with a beverage in between. I'll leave it alone. And as always, perform. You get an opportunity. This is where you showcase what your company can do. This is where you perform the best there is. You understand exactly what you're responsible for. You're working with that COR, that contracting officer representative, and understanding, hey, maybe that's not clear or anything like that. Get it clear before you sign on the dotted line. Work with bonding company. As a small business, that is one of the major things I hear as a barrier to going after these projects. Well, why are they so large, Mr. Willis? Because that's the way we have to set it up sometimes. There may be the one road in and out, and it's hard to put 5 companies going in and out of one road. As Mr. Williams would probably tell you sometimes, it's tough to get them in there a lot of times. So it has to be divided up a certain way. But work with your bonding company. You want to get that bonding level up as high as possible so you can become the prime, vice the sub, or working for somebody else. You call the shot. Investigate a joint venture. Joint ventures are where 2 firms come together for a project. I always say, get it in writing. That's where it's understandable who's going to do what, who's responsible for what. The SBA has a mentor protege program. Helps small business eligible to gain increased knowledge through partnerships and through an experienced company. there's my contact information, and I'm going to turn it over back to Miss Renee. What's that?
The remaining projects will be West Shore Lake Pontchartrain, Comeet River, East Baton Rouge, and the Mississippi River Levee construction in that order. Now I'll bring up Mr. Jeff Williams.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Jeff Williams, and I'm the Senior Project Manager with West Shore Lake Pontchartrain. The theme of the morning has been opportunity, so I'm here first to talk about some of those actual opportunities we have here in the district. My project is West Shore Lake Pontchartrain project. It consists of about 22 miles of levee, 1 mile of T-wall in St. Charles, St. John, in St. James parishes. Most of it, as I said, is levees, but also contains pump stations, gates, railroad crossings, utility relocations, et cetera. We're expecting about 4 million cubic yards of embankment to be placed as a part of the West Shore Lake Pontchartrain project. Here is the map of West Shore Lake Pontchartrain. As you can see, this portion here is mostly in St. John Parish, small portion in St. James Parish. Our contracts ranging from 101 all the way up to 114. Presently, we have previously awarded 8 contracts with several more that I'm going to talk about here in the next year or so. This portion of the project is the St. James portion of the project, which is these 2 ring levees here, along with alignment here along 3125. So what are the opportunities that are coming up here soon? Right now, currently, 103 is actually out right now with bids due tomorrow, actually. So there's still a little time for those who may want to bid. But yes, 103 is out right now. We also have coming up, and I'll skip around a little bit, West Shore Lake Ponch 114A. West Shore, that's our next contract that'll be coming out, followed by 109. The 114 with 114 coming after that. So those are the projects that are coming up. We show here 111, 112, and 113. Those projects are indeed a part of West Shore Lake Ponch, but they'll be actually constructed by our non-federal partners, which are CPRA. So we won't be advertising those, but there's still an opportunity for business to take part in that. It'll just be constructed by the state, our partners there. And that's what we have for West Shore. Got any questions? We'll be in the breakout rooms later on. Thank you.
Next, Comeet River, Bobby Duplantier.
Morning, guys. Bobby Duplantier. I'm gonna be giving a briefing on the Comeet River Diversion Project today. So again, this is a project. This is a flood damage risk reduction project in East Baton Rouge Parish, which includes the capital region. So it's a very important region for the state of Louisiana. This is one of those projects that's kind of been a legacy project. Had you come here 10 years ago and asked about the Comeet, everybody would have probably had like a smirk on their face, like, yeah, we're going to build it. Sure we are. Yeah, kind of thing. But here we are. The Bipartisan Budget Act passed, and here we are. We have money to actually not just begin construction, but complete construction of this project. So this is a very unique opportunity that we have to actually see one of those legacy projects come to fruition. So overall, this is the project. Most people here have probably seen this slide, but I never miss a chance to talk about this project. So I'm gonna lay it down to you real quick. So basically, it's just a diversion project. We're diverting water. If you look all the way to the right side of the graph, which is the east side, that's the Comeet River. So Comeet and Amite, they have a confluence. All the water backs up. Bad news for residents, right? So basically, we are building a channel from the Comeet River to the Mississippi River. And, you know, when everybody hears about, you know, we're building a channel, it's like, how difficult can that be, right? This is our Channel 1 segment contractor right here. But again, that shows that these industry days actually lead to work. I see at least 5 or 6 of my active contractors in this place right now. So this stuff actually works. So it's a channel, but it's the size of the Arkansas River, okay? We're building a massive engineered feature out here. So basically, we're converting from the Comeet River over to the Mississippi River. In and of itself, its own challenges. The fun stuff happens is the stuff that you intersect in between those two rivers. You have state highways, you have railroad bridges, you have high pressure gas line that feeds natural gas to the whole eastern part of the United States. So all these, you have channels, you have Bayou Baton Rouge, you have all these. So all these things you see in these features are actually things that we are intersecting in between those channels. So in the purple, you have the bayous, and we call them these rock chutes, but basically they're gonna feed into our channel. So the residents of this are gonna see flood risk reduction in 2 different ways. First off, we're gonna be bringing down the stages of the Comeet. That's great. But also these channels, these rock chutes and these bayous, these are actually in neighborhoods. This is town of Zachary, town of Baker, that's actually gonna be able to get that flood water off of these residents into our channel, out to the Mississippi River. So that's kind of the crux of the project. So again, here are the contracts that are currently ongoing or completed: Highway 61, Channel Segment 2A, the Cypress Bayou Rock Chute, McHugh Road, Channel Segment 4. Again, I see our Channel Segment 4 folks in here. Channel Segment 1, I see these guys here. So these are the works that are ongoing. The next slide is the one where we need your help. Okay, these are the ones that are going to be coming out in the near future. A lot of these don't have super firm dates yet because the way the federal process works is that the Corps doesn't generally go into a project until all of the land has been cleared, which means all of the relocations are out of the way. So a lot of those high pressure gas lines, those different things that I mentioned, they're still in the field. And our non-federal sponsor is working hard to get those out the way. So once those are out the way, then we would have free and an unencumbered right of entry to go through and let our contract. So these are the remaining contracts that are left to be completed. The last one, interesting one, snagging and clearing. That is, so those 3 bayous up top, COM 12, COM 6, and COM 18, those are the bayous that are actually going to feed into the channel. We have to be careful how we sequence this project because what happens is once you clear those bayous out, if you don't have any place for that water to go, you're just going to flood a different part of the area. So we're going to stagger that to the last portion of the project. So again, the only one we have fidelity on right now is the Bayou Baton Rouge contract. That's going to be 4th quarter of this year. And the rest of those are waiting relocations. But you know, what we do is once we get those dates more confirmed, once we codify, we come to agreement with our non-federal sponsors that, yes, this is a go date. We're going to keep this updated and keep this information out to y'all. Like Dave said, SAM.gov is out there. Use it. Use it. So I'll be around if anybody wants to talk any particulars about the project. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. East Baton Rouge Flood Risk Reduction Project, David Bradley.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. My name is David Bradley. I'm the project manager for the East Baton Rouge Flood Risk Reduction Project. Today, I'm going to provide an overview of the project as well as go over the upcoming construction work and the tentative timelines to issue those construction contracts. So this is a channel improvement project with the goal of improving the efficiency of 5 major drainage arteries in East Baton Rouge Parish. The 5 streams we're focusing on are Jones Creek and tributaries, Ward Creek, Bayou Fountain. Those 3 are within the city of Baton Rouge. Beaver Bayou and Blackwater Bayou within the city of Central. The proposed improvements include a combination of clearing and snagging, earthen enlargement, and the placement of concrete riprap. Altogether, the project entails improvements to 50 miles of channel, which includes 40.1 miles of clearing and snagging, 5.6 miles of earthen enlargement, and 4.3 miles of concrete riprap. All right, here's an overview of the project. Shows the 5 streams we talked about. The upper 2 streams on the upper portion of the map, Beaver Bayou and Blackwater Bayou, those are in the city of Central. In the middle of the map, Jones Creek and its tributaries, Weiner Creek and Lively Bayou, and the lower 2 streams, Ward Creek and Bayou Fountain. Please note that the contracts have been awarded for Bayou Fountain, Ward Creek, and the lower portion of Lower Jones Creek to date. So this presentation is going to focus on the upper portions of Jones Creek as well as Beaver and Blackwater Bayou. The map shows the 5 streams that are color-coded. The green represents clearing and snagging. The yellow represents the placement of concrete riprap, and the red is the earth and enlargement. Currently, the plan is to break this work into 2 phases. Phase 1 includes clearing of snagging of all reaches of all channels that you see here. This even includes the yellow and red areas of Jones Creek, Beaver Bayou, and Blackwater Bayou. Phase 2 would start after phase 1, and that includes the concrete riprap and the enlargement reaches you see here in the yellow and the red. The rationale for breaking this work up was to allow for the additional time necessary to complete the utility relocations and the real estate acquisition for the enlargement and the riprap reaches. All right, the next 3 slides cover the tentative delivery plan for the project. The first 2 slides cover phase 1, which is all the clearing and snagging. We have that work broken up into 8 contracts. The 4 you see here are for Jones Creek. We have Middle Jones Creek, Upper Jones Creek, and then the tributaries, Weiner Creek and Lively Bayou. All these are clearing snagging as part of phase 1. The remaining 4 contracts of phase 1, Beaver Bayou, it's all going to be 1 contract, and then we have Blackwater Bayou broken into 3 contracts. Once again, all clearing snagging, phase 1. So this slide covers phase 2, and as I talked about on the overview slide, these are the major improvements, the riprap, the 4.3 miles of Jones Creek, as well as the enlargements in Beaver and Blackwater Bayou. All right, the next 3 slides, I'll cover the tentative delivery schedule. Once again, it's the same 4 contracts. For the phase 1 clearing and snagging, right now, the solicitation schedule for all 8 contracts is the 3rd quarter of 2025. The 4 contracts for Jones Creek here, and then here's City of Central, Beaver Bayou, Blackwater Bayou. Once again, all clear and snag, 3rd quarter 2025's the tentative date we have right now. Here is the schedules for the riprap and the enlargement. These are contingent upon completion of the phase 1 clearing and snag contracts. We anticipate about 2 years for these, but once again, this is contingent upon completion of environmental document and getting all the utility relocations and real estate acquisition done before we can award these contracts. All right, that concludes the presentation for the East Baton Rouge Flood Risk Reduction Project. Thank you all for joining us. Look forward to working with you, and we can take questions in the afternoon breakout sessions.
Mississippi River Levee Construction, Monet Williams.
Okay, good morning. My name is Monet Williams. I am the project manager on the Mississippi River Levees construction projects, and welcome. So here on our next slide, we just have the agenda, which gives like a quick snapshot of how the presentation will flow. So, let me go back. Okay, so before I jump to that next slide that you just saw, I wanted to give a brief overview of MRL and the work that we do. So the Mississippi River Levee construction projects are a subset of the overarching MR&T system, and the MR&T is the Mississippi River and Tributary System, and that was authorized by the Flood Control Act of 1928. So MRL is one of the nation's most comprehensive and successful civil works projects, and it's located in southeast Louisiana along the Mississippi River. So the project features reduced risks associated with flooding by raising and strengthening approximately almost 3,800 miles of existing levee and flood walls. So a lot of the work that we do consists or involves overtopping and seepage remediation. So if we're trying to address overtopping, the fix for that would be maybe a flood wall, a levee, or if there's already an existing levee, then we would do a levee enlargement. So if we were trying to address seepage, that fix would be maybe a relief well, a berm, or a sheet pile cutoff. So that brings me into our next slide. And here is a map of the MRL construction project. And as you can see that we already have a lot of work going on at the moment, and that will be illustrated in the next couple of slides. So if you look down and you see that yellow line going from Venice all the way up through the Mississippi, that is the MRL system. All right, on the next slide, these projects are authorized via our Disaster Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. And due to the workload, MRL, and MRL being a regional project, one of our sister districts is handling the oversight for all of these projects. So it's all 15 projects that are highlighted blue here on this slide. Dugasta Silatex will be handling that project. Okay, so next we'll briefly review the annual projects that are currently in design. First up, we have Dumaine Street Flood Wall. It gives us the funding authority, and the proposed work for this includes flood wall demolition and replacement. Next, we have Dugasta Silatex, its funding authority, and the proposed work for this is sheet pile cutoff and seepage remediation. And our final project is Avondale Levee and Flood Wall, provides the funding authority, and the proposed work for this is flood wall and levee enlargement. And next we have our supplemental projects. I'm not going to go through all of these projects, but I did want to point out the first one, Harvey Lock Forebay, is authorized funding, and the proposed work for this includes levee enlargements and seepage remediation. And these 15 construction projects that we have down here, those will be funded via the DERSA, and these are all proposed work are levee enlargements. Okay, so on these last two slides, we want to show the tentative project delivery schedule for the annual and supplemental projects. So as you can see on this slide here, Dugasta Silatex and Harvey Lock Forebay are slated to be solicited this quarter, FY24. So please be on the lookout for those projects. Okay, and our DERSA projects are slated for solicitation. These are a little further out between FY25 and FY27, but as fast as time has been going these days, FY26 and FY27 is right around the corner. So please be on the lookout for these projects as well. And we did make a little note down here at the bottom that these solicitation dates are not set in stone. They are subject to change as designs are refined. So, just be aware. Okay. And I also wanted to make a quick note, before I step down. These presentation slides will be passed out during the breakout session. And we also have this little handy dandy card here that has the MRL system, the projects, and then on the back of it, it'll have like a brief overview of the MRL, and it'll also provide the upcoming projects, and it'll show like the type of work, the solicitation, and the award range. So those will be passed out during the breakout session. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our project managers. At this time, we have a scheduled break. We are way ahead of time, but we will take a break at this time and give everybody time to just take a moment to pause, and then we'll come back and we'll resume with our different projects. Thank you. Well, right now we're scheduled from 10 to 10:30, but we'll probably come back a little bit earlier, 10 o'clock. Welcome back. We will continue our afternoon sessions, starting with Morganza to the Gulf. But before I begin, let me just do a little bit of more housekeeping. Again, questions can be submitted to Anudra Baldwin. We have her email address by May 8th in reference to the Industry Day projects and topics. Government responses will be posted to special notice on sam.gov, again, no later than May 22nd. I see that people have been taking pictures, no problems, but we will have this entire presentation and the video will be available on our website after our edits have been completed, hopefully by tomorrow. So if not, they will be posted on our website, the whole entire PowerPoint presentation and the video, so do not worry. Also, you will see posted throughout this room and outside, we have QR codes to sign up for the afternoon sessions, where we have breakout sessions where you can talk one-on-one with our different project sponsors from 1 to 3 p.m. And when those sessions are over, we're going to have you come back here in the dorm, and then we will have a final closing remarks by Lieutenant Colonel Leander. So now I will begin Morganza to the Gulf with Lacey Shaw.
Thanks, y'all. And thank you, Renee, for that introduction. Happy to see so many faces here today. So I'm going to talk to you about Morganza to the Gulf. It's a 98-mile levee system down in Terrebonne and Lafourche Parish. This project started in about the mid-90s by the locals in the state. So far, they've installed about 80 miles of levee. They've installed 15 structures, and we're late to the game, but we're happy to be here. We got our first influx of funding in 2021. We started construction. We did a small preload contract, and we're excited to say we're soon to have another contract that'll be on the street. So I have a map up here. This shows those 98 miles of levee. You see the two red areas are the alignments that we have yet to have construction, but we're working feverishly to get those designs done so we can get all these gaps put in for the system. You can see we've got a total of 22 floodgates. 2 of the big ones are going to be in the GIWW. You see on the western side, north of Houma, and on the eastern side around La Rose. So I know y'all are looking to see what opportunities we have coming up soon. Going the wrong way. And what I told you about before was the Reach A levee. We're looking at about 3.5 miles of initial construction, meaning right now we're building on top of wetlands. We are leaving gaps where we have utilities or flowways, but we're putting that preload, meaning that initial construction down. We're looking to advertise in the May timeframe and looking at a midsummer award. Following behind that, we will have Lockport to La Rose, which is north of the Gulf Intercoastal Waterway in La Rose. That's going to be about a 4 or 5 mile levee. We're also looking at 2 sector gates, those 2 that I talked about on the east side and the west side. That's going to be, we have another 4 or 5 years of design. We're looking at a 2028 award for that. And then we have the Humboldt Canal sector gate. That's the one that we completed in 2023, and we're looking to do a sector gate in that area, and that award's looking sometime in the 2027 timeframe. And then Miners Canal floodgate also in the 2028 timeframe. So we have a big bit of environmental coordination we have to do. We're doing a supplemental environmental impact statement that'll be complete in 2026. And after that point, the gates will be open for us to continue with construction, but majority of that, the awards, we're looking at 2027, 2028. We also have a few more designs underway. That's Reach F, Reach J2, Reach L, And then we are looking to award a contract for Bayou Terrebonne, the design for that soon, and also Shell Canal floodgate is underway. So that's kind of a broad brush. I'm looking forward to meeting with y'all individually this afternoon from 1 to 3 and happy to answer any specific questions at that time. So thank you all for your time.
Next up, we have the Southeast Louisiana Urban Flood Control Project, SELA, Joey Wagner.
Did the same thing, Lacey. All right, I'm not going to go over any history with SELA. I want to just jump right on into the contracts that are coming up. So SELA Algiers Sub-Basin is about a $500 million program. We just finished our first construction job about 2 years ahead of schedule. We have a current job that's advertised, and please make sure you all are bidding on that job because the closing date is May 9th. And then the following contracts will be coming out, and I'll cover that at the end of the slides. So right now, the job that's out on the street being advertised, we're looking at putting under culverts underneath the street, 48 inches, and then continuing the flume that's 45 foot by 5 foot deep. And that's SELA 72.2. Here's more details. We'll go over that with you all in the breakout session if you want. So there's another schematic of what the channels are going to look like, what it's going from. And then this is actually 71 that we just finished 2 years ahead of schedule. That's the after. But basically, it's going to look like that for over a mile. Our next job is going to be a good opportunity for a small business is the Green Space Restoration Project. We have to replant all the trees that we cut down. We cut down 271 trees, but we're coming back with 245 because of DOTD site distance and various vegetation requirements and lighting. So it's a naturalistic plan. So if you all live on the West Bank, it's going to look really nice once we're done. It's going to look way better than what it did before we started. We're at 35%. Great news, thanks to Parks and Parkway, if you're sitting in here. They just signed our permit yesterday. So we'll be transferring that permit over to DOTD so we can go ahead and start the final plans and specs development. Under construction, we have SELA 26.1. We had to terminate our contractor for convenience. So we're going to come back out with an advertisement in September, October timeframe. And all the green squiggly lines on here is the utility relocation. So the first job, we're going to be relocating sewer line, water lines, and some smaller drainage lines and electrical lines. And next one, after we finish that job, we're going to advertise that one as this one, which is a box culvert and U-flume construction. Kind of separated utilities and culvert construction, make it a lot easier on the contractors that are bidding the job. And plus, we're fully funded for the relocation effort, and we're partially funded for the U-flume, and hopefully the Appropriation Committee will finish funding that in the near future. So fingers are crossed. Here's some more details of SELA 26.1 Florida Avenue Phase 4. I just want to point out the difficulties of this job is, you're relocating major sewer lines, which are 72 inches, water force mains 48 inches, 60 inches. Yeah, so we're going to have to coordinate with the Sewage and Water Board very closely. And then we're relocating 7 railroad tracks in a 1,400 linear foot area. It's very tight. It's the main hub for North Fork Southern, so it's their storage yard. So we have a collaboration effort with them, with North Fork Southern. We routinely meet with North Fork Southern to include their vice president every quarter. They have an embedded engineer with us, so we're all working as a team. So we cannot mess up the coordination on this job. So if you're looking at this, the coordination piece is a big, big piece of this. All right, and so then that's what the box culverts. This is actually Florida 20, but it's going to be the same for 26. This is the job Bo did a couple of years back. What's coming up? The next 3 jobs is to complete Algiers. It's been nice that we've been appropriated funds every year to continue Algiers. So we got a pump station. We're going to be increasing the pumping capacity by 1,800 CFS. We're going to advertise that job in the fall of 2025, followed the following year. What's in light green, as you can see, that's remaining box culverts, culverts under streets, and possibly bridges or some larger box culverts that go underneath General de Gaulle crossover sections. And then we got the Algiers Outfall Canal, which is in blue. And that sums it up for Team SELA. Please show up between, I guess it's 1 and 3, and we'll answer any additional questions, but please show up in your pencils and start putting in your bids. We're looking forward to working with you.
Atchafalaya Basin Construction, Ms. Rachel Calico.
Use the mouse to advance this. Okay, cool. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Rachel Calico. I'm the project manager for Atchafalaya Basin Construction, and I have the pleasure of briefing you on 7 projects that we currently have under design. So before I begin, I'd like to give just a general overview of the Atchafalaya Basin. It does consist of the largest existing wetland in the United States, encompassing 1.4 million acres of land, as well as 450 miles of levee and flood wall, of which I will speak of 18 miles, less than 18 miles today. The system is designed to carry half of the 3 million CFS project flood at the latitude of the Old River. So, as I mentioned before, we have 7 projects that are under design, 6 of which fall under the DERSA appropriations. On the screen, you'll see that there are 6 listed. The bottom 3 are currently undergoing surveys and borings. The top 3 have surveys and borings complete and are under design. All of these projects are levee lifts, with the exception of 124B. It is a levee lift, but there's also going to be a segment of flood wall and floodgates that will be incorporated into the project. We have 1 project that's under the bill appropriation. It's Bayou Sally East-West Tie-In. This project is 0.6 of a mile in length and does consist of a brand-new levee connecting 2 existing levees that are at the site, as well as we'll have a small levee, a small portion of flood wall. It's also to be noted that there are numerous utilities and pipelines that go through this. That's why it's a small project, but it's very complicated. So this on the screen shows our potential project delivery schedule. I say potential because things are subject to change. The first project that we anticipate solicitation would be W99 in the second quarter of fiscal year 25. Of course, as I mentioned, this is subject to change as designs progress forward. So I will be available this afternoon in one of the breakout session rooms. So if you have any questions, please come see me. I have all this information printed out to hand out for your reference. Thank you.
Next, we have the Southwest Coastal Louisiana Project, non-structural residential home elevations. We have Dawn Reed speaking on behalf of Mr. Broussard.
Yes, I'm definitely not Mr. Darryl Broussard. Good morning. My name is Dawn Reed, and I am briefing you on the Southwest Coastal Project non-structural residential home elevation. Southwest Coastal Project is authorized underneath Section 1401, the Wind Act of 2016. It's comprised of 2 components, the NER component and the NED component. The NER component consists of 9 marsh restoration features, 5 shoreline protection stability features, 35 Cheniere reforestation features, and the total cost is $2.5 billion. The NED component is what I'm going to focus on. Is non-structural. It's 100% voluntary. Elevation of residential structures to the 2075 100-year base flood elevation level. Dry flood proofing and non-residential structures, risk reduction features for warehouses, It includes 3,961 total structures, 3,462 are residential, 342 are non-residential, 157 are warehouses. The total cost of the project is $1.6 billion, and this is estimated at the FY22 price level. An overview, for Southwest Coastal, we've received FY22 construction funding. It consists of Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act IJA funding, $296 million, community projects funding in an amount of $10 million for structure rise and elevation. The total federal funds allocated is $296 million, specifically for CSRM features, and we are estimating raising 800 to 1,000 structures. The implementation guidelines is all funding has been designated for structure regions in 3 parishes. Execution in 3 to 5 years. Initial construction will be managed out of our Rock Island district with New Orleans district support. And that's because of the overwhelming work that we have in the New Orleans district. The state of Louisiana is acting through the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority. They are serving as a non-federal sponsor, and homeowners have little to no costs. This slide identifies the three parishes that are that falls underneath the project, which at the top left you'll see Calcasieu Parish, at the bottom Cameron Parish, and over to your right you'll see Vermilion Parish. This slide identifies every structure, both residential and commercial, that falls underneath the project. An overview. So this contract should be awarded within the next month, and it's an award design build contract to elevate approximately 20 structures. Well, actually now it's 21 structures in a current 25-year flood plain in Calcasieu and Vermilion Parish in Southwest Louisiana. The proposed work includes developed plans and specs per individual structure and elevating structures to the projected year 2075 100-year base flood elevation. The second contract is an award an AE services contract to collect first floor elevation, structural integrity assessment, determine proof of ownership, cultural assessment in accordance with the feasibility study, HTRW phase 1 assessments, verify structures that has not received other federal funds for the purpose of elevating the structures. And you're currently available to input a proposal for this contract. The last contract 3, is going to be a MATOC contract, a multiple award task order contract. It will be awarded within the next year. It's also an award design build contract to elevate approximately 800 to 1,000 structures in a current 25-year floodplain in Cameron, Calcasieu, and Vermilion parishes in Southwest Louisiana. Its proposed work includes the developed plans and specs per individual structures and elevating the structures to the projected 2075 100-year base flood elevation. Key takeaways. The project has received $296 million in federal funds to award a design build contract for the purpose of elevating structures. It's a 3 to 5 year implementation. The contracts are going to be managed out of our Rock Island location, and the New Orleans district will remain engaged with project management, real estate, and construction management. Any questions? Please remember to contact the Senior Project Manager, Darryl Broussard. I have his information, and I'll also be available in the breakout sessions. Y'all could clap now.
Thank you, Dawn. Operations Division Contract Opportunities, Joaquin Mujica.
It's the expectation of the applause, yeah, right? Yeah, good morning. My name is Joaquin Mujica. I'm the Deputy Chief Operations Division. I'm glad to see you all here. We need you. Let's go on with the presentation. This is a graphic of our, basically everything we have to, we're responsible for, our area of responsibility. We have a big two missions, flood risk reduction and also navigation. Those are our two main focus areas in Operations Division. And as such, we have a very complex system that we have to care for on a daily basis, including weekends. Like the graphic says, 2,800 miles of federal navigation channels, and it includes both shallow draft and deep draft. On the deep draft side, we have approximately 320 miles, including the Mississippi River that basically spans the district north-south, on a north-south direction. Carries an excess of 400 million tons of cargo a year. Also, we have the Calcasieu River, and it carries about 37 million tons of cargo. That's a deep draft channel also. In fact, I'm glad to say that Lake Charles has been determined that they're number 12 in the nation because of their LNG and other products carrying. So that joins, we can say that we're responsible to provide access to the top four of the top 12 ports in the nation. Big responsibility, Gulf and Coastal Waterway carries about 125 tons of cargo. And as you can see, there's a lot of infrastructure out there, aging infrastructure that requires a lot of maintenance and work to keep going. Just recently, as close as a couple weeks ago, we had a failure at Port Island Lock. One of the anchorages started kind of moving the way it should not be. And we're repairing it right now, and that requires a lot of equipment that we normally don't use, and that we need to know that you have the capability to supply. So if you get a takeaway today, is please let us know what you have, because in a moment's notice we can be looking for a 200-ton crane or a concrete coring facility or outfit that can help us on a moment's notice. This is the name of the game because of the importance of this port and this area and this infrastructure. We need to act promptly to address these challenges. We have 17 navigation structures and 4 major flood risk reduction facilities, including the Barranca Spillway or River. Those are the most visible ones. And again, this is in the interest of the best interest of the public that this infrastructure keeps working. Let's see. And this is just a snapshot of a small snapshot of the contracting opportunities for fiscal year 24. Normally, you have to add to this all the emergencies and breakdowns and situations that we have to address promptly. But this is just a flavor of what we have to offer in fiscal year 24. Starting with freshwater lock, we are experiencing flooding in one of our warehouses that houses not only equipment, supplies, but shops also. So we need to elevate, well, basically build a building that will withstand those floods. And that one was scheduled to bid this month, but we rescheduled it for May this year. Schooner Bayou Control Structure, we're planning to dewater that structure this summer. And basically the watering is you isolate that structure and you remove the water in order to conduct repairs and maintenance on it. And for that, we need all the support and services to complete that work this summer. The Barranca Spillway, we have an ongoing rail anchor repair job, and that's a multi-year contract, and we're planning to do a portion this year. Calcasieu River and Pass, channel side stone force protection. Basically, we have this isolated disposal areas for cut-ahead dredge material, and we need to reinforce those levees because basically they lay on the side of the waterway. Wave action erodes that levee, and we have failures, so we're doing that. work also. Schooner Bayou Control Structure, again, that area is prone to flooding. We need to build another warehouse. Also, we're replacing some of the timber walls out there, and this is, we do that on a periodic basis depending on the funding that we received. Warehouse spillway, concrete pad to store equipment, biosolids lock, trash collection and recycling, simple stuff, periodic. A Chafalaya basin, something as simple as rock to resurface the top of the levees out there in the Chafalaya basin. Of note, we have anything from trash collection, janitorial services, Caucasus River and Pass. This is dredge material management of confined disposal areas for cut-ahead dredge material, where we, since that so many levee failures, that we decided just to start anew, just level it off and build new infrastructure out there. Old River Lock, shear blocks from floating guide walls, and that's an ongoing contract every year. We do work incrementally. Grout maintenance for IH&C and Caucasus Lock. Saltwater barrier, this is a big one. Fabrication and replacement sector gates. Every so often we get an influx of money to improve the infrastructure, and this is an opportunity that we seize to build replacement gates. They're deteriorating out there. Freshwater Bayou Lock, marine construction approach walls and dolphins, and the Caucasus River saltwater barrier with new gates and also the tenor gates for the flood control structure. As you can see, we have the whole range of type of work available. But again, the most important thing is that you have a special capability, please let us know. Call me. In fact, you can call me directly at 504-862-2245. If you have that equipment that we can use, even if you don't think we can use it, we need to know, because life has a way to tell you what's important all of a sudden. And if you have something that can help us do our work, please, we want to know. And it's going to be good for us. We get the work accomplished. It's good for you. You make money out of it. So yeah, it's a win-win. All right, and also, if you want more details on this or any work that we do, we're going to be available this afternoon at the breakout session. We have 3 of our best technical people, and they can give you the little fine details on all this work and everything we do. So I think that's in room 167 this afternoon. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
A&E Outlook, Lori Wingate.
Good morning, almost good afternoon. Thanks everyone for coming. I echo Joaquin's sentiment. We do need y'all. We need everybody here to help deliver our mission. I am the aid coordinator for New Orleans District, and our AE office mission is to maintain our AE design, our survey, our geotechnical needs, to help support and deliver all of our design requirements for construction and all the jobs y'all have seen presented today. So we're here to support that, and we do need your help. I'll scroll through. So our another one of our goals and missions is to maintain a healthy partnership and relationship with the AE community. And to do that, we have multiple facets to maintain our AE capacity. We work with our small business office, and we work with contracting division intimately to make sure we reach out to as many groups in the AE community as possible. So for what we have ongoing right now, we have multiple general design contracts underway. Some we've just awarded to, we do unrestricted, which means everybody can put in for 330 for the solicitations. And we do also offer restricted, which is either just total small business or small business set aside. As I said, we have multiple we just awarded. We have total capacity for unrestricted of 85 million, same as restricted. And we have an ongoing geotechnical and environmental services contract that is set to expire in May 2026, and that capacity is 20 million. Survey, we also have a strong survey and mapping, photo mapping, and construction survey program here at the district. The capacities are up there, and they are all set to expire very, very soon. The most recent one we had awarded was the photo mapping in July of last year, and that's set to expire in 2028. So looking out to the future, we did recently issue some synopsis and requests for 330s on the survey and mapping. That one did close, and we're looking to award those IDIQ contracts in December of this year. Same with environmental infrastructure design. That's design for environmental infrastructure services. That'll be one IDIQ contract for $5 million. That'll be a 5-year contract, anticipated award in February of 2025. We will be going out on the street soon for geotechnical and environmental services. That'll be a MATOC, anticipated $30 million capacity total, and be on the lookout for that. That one's pending May, hopefully not too far beyond that. And also coming up is our automated revetment surveys. We'll be issuing a synopsis or a sauce is sought for that out in June of 2024. And that is all I have. Thank you very much for your time, and I am also going to be here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Studies and possible future opportunities, Amanda Landry.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you, Ms. Renee. Again, my name is Amanda Landry. I'm a project manager here at the district overseeing several of the district's civil works studies. So these efforts are all in various stages, and some are not authorized or funded for construction, but we still want to keep you updated on progress and let you know what kind of future investments could be coming to Louisiana over the next few years. There are quite a few opportunities to go through, so I'll just briefly go through a few of these efforts and their current status. Real quickly, just so everyone is aware, we'll go through a quick introduction to the Corps' study process. The feasibility study is the first phase of a project, which is required before a project can move into design and construction. It's typically about 3 years, where we identify water resource problems, opportunities, needs, and constraints. And from that, we develop alternatives to address the issues, obviously including cost, benefits, economic impacts, socioeconomic impacts, and environmental impacts. We evaluate alternatives and will ultimately recommend a plan for construction. And the study culminates in a chief's report that can be sent to Congress for action. I still want to emphasize that moving from the study phase into the design and construction phase requires congressional authorization and appropriations. So there's no guarantee that all the projects we'll talk about today will be constructed, but since the potential is there, we want it on everyone's radar. And just also want to caveat that this information is subject to change as we move through the process, and we'll continue to provide updates at future Industry Day events. So I'll walk you through some high-level information on some of our studies and PED, which stands for Pre-Construction Engineering and Design Efforts. So I'll start with the current studies we have ongoing. First, we have the St. Tammany Parish Feasibility Study, which was funded by the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2018, or BBA 18, you'll hear. This is a $5.9 billion plan that includes both structural and non-structural measures to reduce risk in St. Tammany. This one is currently scheduled to have a chief's report in May 2024. That's next month. So we're on track for that. The next study from BB18 is the Amite River and Tributaries Feasibility Study. The recommended plan for this is currently a $1.1 billion non-structural plan to elevate or flood-proof about 2,000 structures in the Amite River Basin. This study is scheduled for a chief's report in 2024 as well. Tangipahoa Parish study is another ongoing flood risk management study. It explores non-structural opportunities and is scheduled for a chief's report in 2026. The Lower Mississippi River Comprehensive Study, you may have heard this called LMR Comp, is an incredibly large $25 million multi-purpose study that involves 7 states along the Lower Mississippi River. This kicked off last year and is expected to take 5 years to complete. The Lafitte Area Flood Risk Management Study is another study to investigate opportunities to reduce damages from flooding. It is expected to complete in 2027. And finally, we have the IHNC reevaluation report, which is being prepared to determine the feasibility of replacing the 100-year-old IHNC lock. It's anticipated to have a director's report in summer of 2025. All right, next we have the Bayou Sorrel lock replacement, which is an effort to address flood risk management and navigation. This is a new start study, which means we're waiting on funding to initiate the study phase. And then we have the Mr. Go Ecosystem Restoration Project. This should actually be on the next slide. Because this one has a $1.5 billion authorized plan that is waiting on funds to initiate PED, which again stands for Pre-Construction Engineering and Design. All right, and we have a few more ongoing and future PED efforts. So some more design work that'll be coming up for our studies. First, we have the Upper Barataria Basin, which is a $1.5 billion structural plan, stretches 30 miles from Luling to Raceland. The PED phase was initiated in 2023 with funding received from the DRSA, or Disaster Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act. The Corps has begun design and will be looking for construction dollars to begin awarding in FY26. Next, we have the Lake Ponch and vicinity future levee lifts. These are also authorized and have funding for PED. The first contract isn't expected to be awarded for the next couple years, and the work is supposed to be spread out for 40 years, so there's a lot of opportunity there. West Bank and vicinity future levee lifts were authorized in 2012, and we're currently waiting on funding to initiate design efforts. And finally, we have the South Central Coast Feasibility Study, which is a $1.3 billion non-structural plan in St. Martin, St. Mary, and Iberia parishes. This study was also authorized in 2022, and again, we're waiting on funding to initiate design efforts. So that's it for studies and future opportunities. Thank you for your time, and hopefully I'll talk with some of y'all later today.
Safety, Derek Brent.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank all my previous briefers because I get to talk safe for the next 55 minutes. So, God. So, not gonna happen. Yes. No, I'm gonna be brief as I can. But our number one safety goal around here is everyone goes home safe. On behalf of Colonel Jones, our commander, and Lieutenant Colonel Weander, we like to make sure that our employees are safe because there's a lot of dangerous work that's out there. And we hope the leaders of these organizations echo our motto, which is everyone goes home safe. So I'll be giving you a brief overview of the new EM 385-1-1, which took effect on March the 15th of 2024. So I'll be briefing you on some highlights today on the particular manual. All right. Again, my name is Derek Brent, safety manager here at the New Orleans District. Some of the highlights for the new 385-1-1. As you can see here on the cover here, that it is in color black on the front cover and the back cover. The 2024 version was a reddish color. So if two things you take away from my briefing, you don't take away anything else, is one, you can have the new EM 385-1 in the palm of your hand. If you just download our app on your phone, just go to your app store, put in USACE New Orleans District,
at the download, and you can have this manual at your fingertips at all times. Number 2 is pay attention to the preamble slide. It has some very good information in that. All right, as far as historical perspective, the Corps of Engineers had a total of 12 manuals covering an 83-year span. The first edition was originated in 1941. All the manuals covers both USACE employees and our contractors. It was used in 1971 as a portion of OSHA regulations. And our last edition, as I said, was November of 2014. As you can see here on the screen, the last edition had a total of 930 pages. Our new manual has a total of 757 pages, which they took out a lot of the appendices. They took out all the appendices in the 2014, so you would not see any appendices on the new versions. All right, as you can see on the screen, we had a lot of people had their hands in the rewrite of the new 385-1-1. This slide shows that they had over 5,000 comments that were received and adjudicated. It involved a review of the current EM versus the industrial standards. Over 260 employees, the Corps employees helped write in the new manual. And it went through 2 rounds of the Federal Register, which received response for both USACE employees and external stakeholders. As you can see here, every chapter in the new manual follows the same process, same content. It's laid out the same. It has chapters versus the old manual had sections. This one has chapters, and it has a total of 37 chapters in the new manual. The use of the underlining in the new manual indicates that there's either a new change or a new or a change from the old manual. And each chapter is set up just like you see it on the screen here. Each chapter will have a reference, definitions, a personnel required training section, roles and responsibility, inspection requirements, AHA requirement, minimum planning requirements, general requirement, figures and tables, and a checklist and forms. Each chapter has that set up. As I said earlier, you will no longer see the appendices in the new manual. They have been deleted from the new manual. If you have any variance or waivers required, there's a process in doing that. It will start with sending any requests through the local safety offices, and we'll review those changes or requests, and they'll go to our MSC, which is the Mississippi Valley Division, and from there they'll go to the headquarters of USACE, where Mr. Atkins, the Chief of Safety, will take that into account in making those changes. Preamble. The preamble can be found on pages 1 through 4 of the new manual. This is an implementation of the design to supplement the safety and occupational health requirements as prescribed in the references in paragraph 4 of the preamble. Some of the highlights of the preamble is, as I quote, construction contract work under the provision of FAR Clause 52.236.13. Contractors must comply with the latest version of this manual, including interim changes that is in effect on the day of solicitation. Prior to making an offer, bidders should check the USACE Safety and Occupational Health website to see the latest changes. No separate payment will be made for compliance with this paragraph or the compliance with other safety and health requirements of this contract. And a particular note here is that existing contracts will continue to apply to the previous provisions of the previous edition of this mission until the contract is complete. And also, in this manual, you have to be in compliance with the maintenance services and research and development supply, and also the hazardous, toxic, and radioactive waste sites investigation must be also in compliance and contract required. As far as the citations in this in this manual, it's the same. If you see the numbers by the citation, say for instance, the example says 10.3b, that means that you're in chapter 10, paragraph 3, first paragraph B. So it's easy to know where you're at in the book with the citations. And these are examples of the citations here that's circled in red. Let's let you know what chapter you're in, what paragraph you're in, and what subparagraph. All right, and again, ways to get this manual is you can get a hard copy through ordering through government printing. The fastest way, as I stated earlier, is download our app on your phone, and you can have it at your fingertips. So, with that said, I'll be available during the breakout sessions. This concludes my briefing. I hope everybody enjoyed the manual. Thank you.
We'll have a lunch break. Before I get to that, we have lunch trucks outside. They will begin being able to serve where you can purchase meals at 11:30, so about, so, they're ready? 11:30? Oh, they're ready now. Okay, so we have lunch trunks available outside where you can purchase meals. We have the lunch hour until 1 o'clock, and then the breakout sessions, as has been mentioned several times, are from 1 to 3. And we also have presentations here in the dorm that, for those that are not in breakout sessions, we ask that you come back in here. We have quite a few presentations being made during the afternoon sessions. We ask that you come in here, starting with the Society of American Military Engineers, SAMI presentations, and so forth on your agenda. We ask that you come in here. And at the end, at 3 o'clock, Lieutenant Colonel Leander will be back to give closing remarks. Also, again, if you haven't signed up, and there's still some sessions left, do that I can't say it, QR code, and sign up for some of those sessions so that you can have your one-on-one with the different projects so that you can get your questions answered. And if you can't, you also can, what can you do? You can go and ask the questions directly to Anidra, and those questions will be answered by May 22nd. So we have a lot of different venues to get your questions answered. Again, the presentation, the entire presentation, the video will be made available to you on our website. So with that, I give you back some time, and we do have coffee available over here for you, and there's a hand raised in the back, Karen. Yeah, so what she said, for those that cannot hear, on the second floor, we have a whole cafeteria with plenty of chairs, plenty of tables that you can come and take your meal and go upstairs, and we have volunteers that will get you there so you can eat in the comfort of a nice air-conditioned space. You don't have to be outside, and you can have your nice meal there and come back here and hear all the different presentations and have your one-on-ones. So again, thank you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. We will begin momentarily. It is after 1 p.m. We're going to start our sessions here in the dorm. Starting with the Society of American Military Engineers, Louisiana Post, Sammy.
I gotta speak in the mic. Okay. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for sticking around for the SAMI portion of Industry Day. We have lined up 4 great speakers here to support the mission of SAMI, which is to foster collaboration between government and industry. So if you have any questions about SAMI and the Louisiana Post and how you can engage, or SAMI generally, I invite you to look for the QR code that is on the program that is sitting on many chairs, and you can get a little more information about membership and how you can engage and get best value from your membership. I'd like to thank the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers New Orleans District for allowing us to prepare this Industry Day afternoon. Hopefully, we can have great participation from all of you and our speakers as well. I'd like to thank Anidra Baldwin, Cynthia Hall of the district. I'd like to thank Scott Smith and Melody Hendricks from Pond, Joe Becker from Ardura, Monica Thompson from Horn Federal, and Nina, who is outside with Freese Nichols, for helping and supporting the planning of this event. Our first speaker is Mr. Paul Matthews. If you pay attention to the news, you will know that the Port of South Louisiana is getting some attention. You'll hear about some memorandum of understandings, letters of interest, some things that Mr. Matthews will speak to you about today. He'll also give you a brief overview of what's coming in terms of contracting opportunities with the Port of South Louisiana. Mr. Matthews is the Chief Executive Officer for the Port of South Louisiana. He's received multiple awards. He's traveled from port to port along the river. He's local. He was born and raised right here down the street. Graduate from Tulane University, holds a MBA from University of Lafayette, of Louisiana at Lafayette. Paul, come on up. We'll get you started.
All right. It's I'm glad to be at the Army Corps of Engineers and having a feeling of excitement and happiness and not frustration. Being a kid from uptown New Orleans, born and raised just down the street, I know a little bit about Camellia's Grill and Plum Street Snowballs and Adams Street Pull Boy Shop, Adams Street Grocery. I lived right across the street. There's a green shotgun house. I lived right across the street from there, so I had many of a smoked sausage pull boy or a hot sausage pull boy. They knew me by name at that time. So there's something about Uptown. It just feels different. It sounds different. It looks different. If there's a nice afternoon on a Friday afternoon, before after you leave work, but before you go home, during this time of the season, if I was able to get some crawfish and a really cold Barks in a bottle, I'll go down to the Fly and just kind of enjoy myself and watch the ships pass by. So that was a desire of mine and a joy for mine well before I got into the port business. So I guess it was already in my blood before I knew it. So thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and talk about all the different opportunities or construction projects that we're having at the port. Yes, our name has been in the paper a lot. I'm on the internet a lot, but that's on purpose because we are a port that's getting things done. We are a port that's now telling our story, and that's what we've been focused on in the 2.5 years that I've been at the port. A lot of people don't realize that our port is the second largest tonnage port in the Western Hemisphere, just right behind Houston. So we're the largest port in the state. We're the largest exporter of grain in the United States, feeding the world, and one of the largest exporters of petrochemical products and energy, number 2 energy transfer port. So thus we're also fueling the world as well. And probably what I'm saying, some of these slides will tell that. But we'll get into some of the projects that we're working on and just all that we've been doing for the past 2.5 years. One of the things that we have done is rebrand. If you saw our logo 2.5 years ago, it doesn't look the same way today. We've put a focus on looking at what we do and putting it into our logo. So whether it's my tie, my lapel pin, or what you see on the screen, we are focused on 4 modes of transportation: water, rail, road, and air. And some may say, why air? Well, because we're one of only 2 ports in the state of Louisiana that has an airport. And so we look at all four modes of transportation. And it doesn't matter which of the 4 modes that you use, if not all of them, we're still a better way to cargo at the Port of South Louisiana. So I always want to talk about the leadership team, my board. They're the ones that really set the policies and budgets. And I'm very proud of the fact that our board is incredibly diverse. I will put up our board against any other port board in the state when it comes to diversity and when it comes to representing the communities. So our board is represented by 9 individuals, 3 individuals from each of the parishes within our jurisdiction: St. Charles, St. John, and St. James. 1 from each parish is appointed by the parish president, and the 2 other members are appointed by the governor and then confirmed by the state senate. And so having that diversity on our board has diversity of ideas, experiences, thoughts, and geographical diversity allows us to really think outside the box of the interests of the region, of the entire region, and not just a specific parish. You guys know this, so I'm not going to prolong this. The reason why we're here is the Mississippi River and the impact that we have on this river. So whenever I go to D.C., whether it's Democrats or Republicans, I talk to over 130 Congress members and talk about its impact, not just Louisiana, but also the 31 states and the 2 Canadian provinces that we impact on a daily basis, America's farmers in particular. So if we look at an issue that is 5,900 miles away from us, dealing with Russia and Ukraine, it's coming right at the doorsteps of the Port of South Louisiana because we move 60% of the nation's exported grain. And when you have 2 of the top 5 producers in the world and exporters in the world of grain, one is being bombarded, the other one has sanctions on it, it is really incumbent on the United States and America's farmers to push more grain out than ever before. And we have seen a significant increase in that movement. We're actually working with companies like just across the river, Cargill, to find ways to have expansion within the region so they can export out more and more grain to countries such as Japan, China, Western Europe, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Mexico. The dynamics of our region and who operates, this is actually one of the first slides I asked to change 2.5 years ago when I got here. We listed all of them out by name. It's just better if we have the logos. You guys know who they are. It doesn't take you that much time to see it. But all the heavy hitters, all the big players from grain and energy are within a 54-mile stretch of the Mississippi River, all within the Port of South Louisiana. 54 miles. That's pretty significant because if you think about it, with both having access to both banks of the river, it's really 108 miles of river that we're operating and moving cargo. Think about this for a second. There are 5 ports on the lower Mississippi River: Baton Rouge, Port of South Louisiana, Port of New Orleans, Port of St. Bernard, and the Port of Plaquemines. That makes up over 500 million tons of cargo each year, the busiest port complex in the world, 6,000 ships going up the river, 6,000 ships going down the river. Now, if you were to be right here on the river looking out for a whole year, just flip a coin, because every single ship that you see, just flip a coin, that's the probability that it's coming through the Port of South Louisiana. Of the 5 ports on the lower Mississippi River, 1/2 of the ship calls and 1/2 of the cargo comes through the jurisdiction of the Port of South Louisiana. Think about that for a second. So you have over 233 million tons of cargo within a 54-mile stretch of the river, representing 20% of the busiest port complex in the world, yet 50% of the busyness. That's our port, and that's why we're important to the rest of the world. So this infrastructure dynamic shows you all the available sites and the current industrial operations going on, but it also reminds you of the rail connectivity that we have and the road connectivity. Access to the I-10, access to I-55, hitting the North Shore, access to the CN and the CPKC, and on the west bank of the river, access to the UP mainly, and then we have connections to the BNSF through Avondale and the Public Belt. The port is open for business. The port has ample amount of acres ready to go for more development. We recognize that, and we have a lot of companies that are now coming in looking at the opportunities. So what we have to do is be in a position as a port to have the correct infrastructure to attract and retain these companies that are coming in. And that's why we're working with looking at federal dollars and state dollars to do that. We have a team that is in a position looking at grants, but also a team looking at our master plan and how do we move that master plan forward, implement it, and look at infrastructure needs for potential customers and current customers. So I mentioned these numbers already, but I think you dive into it a little bit more. Number 1 domestic trade port. There's no other port in this country that moves more in and out of the United States than our port. Matter of fact, the largest grain elevator by throughput in the world is in St. James Parish, Zeno. And they move a considerable amount of grain to Japan, feed into Japan. But the largest grain elevator in the world by throughput, single operator elevator in the world, is in St. James Parish within the Port of South Louisiana. We have 3 oil refineries, 10 storage facilities. When you think about energy, you think about the river parishes. And when you think about the river parish, you think about the Port of South Louisiana. We're also a very valued port. So we are number 2 in the country in foreign trade zone merchandise received, about the value. Now, I've already talked to you about the amount of cargo that we move, but it's not just about the cargo, it's about the value of what's coming in. So we are right behind Los Angeles right now. And I'm anticipating one day we'll get in front of Los Angeles, right? I'm a college football fan, so I like being ranked number 1 and not number 2, all right? Even with the playoff, I still rather be ranked number 1. So we're right behind them, but we're getting there. So the foreign trade zones, as you know, were created in 1933 through the Roosevelt administration to really foster international trade during that time in the Depression. So there's been over 300 plus zones of the foreign trade zone. We're number 124, yet we're number 2 in the country by value of the merchandise received. That is pretty significant for a region that is sandwiched in between Baton Rouge and New Orleans. So we really, as a region and as a port, punch well above the perceived weight class. So if you want to take those numbers and break them down and look at the percentages of what we move, the key is that we still run a considerable amount of tons, barge movements, and vessel calls within the lower Mississippi River area. Again, feeding and fueling the world. We have seen an increase in the grain percentages, but we've also seen an increase in fertilizer moves as a result of issues of trade routes with fertilizers coming out of Europe. So mainly on the export side, we're moving a lot of grain to China and the Netherlands and Japan and Mexico and Colombia. Now, Netherlands was really fourth or fifth on the list, but it has jumped up significantly, again, because of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. We're having to move more and more into Europe through the Netherlands. Obviously, there's a major port out there, and their infrastructure is perfect within Western Europe to be able to move this type of cargo. So we've seen some strong numbers. Are they going to surpass China as far as exports needs? We don't know, but we've seen a significant trend for the Netherlands. Now, the import side, we get a lot of steel, ores, phosphates. In particular, you see Jamaica used to be first, now they're second. Jamaica brings in a red clay called bauxite. It's moved into St. James Parish. That bauxite is used to extract aluminate, which is then used to make aluminum, and now you have a Coke can. There you go. So that came from St. James, right? Or you buy a car or whatever, from an aluminum standpoint. Brazil, we've seen a significant increase in steel from that area, but every other item is still steady as we go. Economic impact numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, we can fill the Superdome and the Smoothie King Center with the amount of jobs in the state that is impacted by the Port of South Louisiana. That's crucial. With over $310 million annually in tax revenue for the state, and 6 in 10 jobs locally and 1 in 25 jobs in the state because of our port. And when you add up the other ports in the state, really it's 1 in 4 jobs, 1 in 5 jobs are because of transportation in our ports in the state of Louisiana. So don't let anybody tell you that our ports are not significant compared to any other state in the country, because they're all trying to compete with us. They're all trying to get better like us each and every day, and we're just one aspect of all those ports in our state. So since I've been here, I've focused on 3 pillars for us as a port. Agriculture, continue to grow the needs, meet the demands for agriculture in the world. Infrastructure. We need to make sure that not only are we building our infrastructure within the port proper, but also supporting regional infrastructure projects such as the 310 Highway 90 improvement, moving LA 3127 on the west bank from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, and also creating, through the federal government, creating a new reserve exit in the river region. So if you're going from here to Baton Rouge, you have 2 Laplace exits. And then it takes a while till you get to the next exit. So we're looking at an exit that would be an overpass that would only create 1 stoplight from the interstate into the port. And we're going to need that because of all the developments that are happening in the port. We recently announced a $50 million life for tire project where they'll take natural rubber, used tires, turn them into biofuels. There's a significant amount of trucks that will move each day through the facility. We have another project that's coming up online that we'll announce pretty soon that will look at hundreds of construction and permanent jobs all within the reserve area. So we're going to see a good boon to that area, and we're going to have a need for that I-10 exit reserve, but those developments will be the catalyst for that. And thirdly, as a pillar, is energy diversity. So our position is very simple. You can call it energy revolution, energy transition, energy addition. What we're saying is we want to facilitate whatever it is. We know oil and gas is not going anywhere, but we know that alternative fueling possibilities are there. So we want to be in a position to offer those. So for example, we actually in working with GNO Inc. and other organizations in the state. We want to Build Back Better grant from the Biden administration to be the first in the nation, second in the world for e-methanol bunkering. There will be new tugs built specific for this bunkering within the Port of South Louisiana. We hope that will attract new shippers to come into the river, not just for our port, but for other ports in the region, because we know that companies are willing to pay a premium if they're able to reduce or eliminate their carbon footprint along all parts of the supply chain. And we want to do it. I think of the alternative fuel opportunities and facilitating that almost like there was a time when you had a Blockbuster and there was an HD DVD and there was a Blu-ray DVD. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You remember that? All right. We're all telling our age in the room, right? But we didn't know where the market was going to go. We had no clue. And then eventually we found out. Well, wherever the market is going to go, we want to be ready. We want to be prepared, and we want to be available to help in that process. And so we're very excited to be able to do that and to promote these new developments, these new sustainable developments within the port. So on the agriculture side, we're working with ADM for $22 million in modifications and expansions, be more efficient with their dust systems, have less dust in the area, dock reinforcements. But that is a project that we've been working with ADM over the last 2.5 years, thanks to the state of Louisiana through the Port Priority Program, which is dedicated funds by the state to ports to create these public-private partnerships to enhance the infrastructure within our ports so that we can retain and attract and expand businesses. Cargill, right across the river, our friends at Cargill, we're currently working with them right now on potential federal grants and state dollars for expansion where they are and more efficiency. We recently supported Bunge with their recent expansion, and now we're in discussions for additional expansions with Bunge. So we are here to help all the major businesses that are within our community and within our region. And when I first got to the port, there were some companies that said they hadn't heard about the port. They hadn't talked to the port about these opportunities, but now we're telling them and we're saying, let us go together to DC, let us go together to Baton Rouge and ask for these dollars to enhance the infrastructure, which will then help those companies and foster economic development and waterborne commerce, which is actually the direct purpose of our port and the ports around the state. So if you haven't been to our main public terminal, it's Globalplex site, which is over 330 acres. We have customers such as Evonik, who's a company that is able to create a chemical that if you had kids or grandkids and the diaper turns blue, they're responsible for making it turn blue, thank God, right? So we know when to change that diaper. I'm glad I'm out of those stages. I was actually the diaper king. I was the guy, I was like NASCAR, I was the pit crew. I get in, get out, swallow the kid, and get going. That was me. We have companies like NATCO Food Service, in which we are helping them to expand their facilities. So if you've ever had a steak dinner in the French Quarter or downtown New Orleans, more than likely it came through NATCO Foods. We have Balmer Foods. You know Balmer Foods as Crystal Hot Sauce. So every drop of Crystal Hot Sauce comes through the Port of South Louisiana. So the next time you have a really nice steak in the French Quarter, put a little Crystal Hot Sauce on it and think about the Port of South Louisiana moving forward. So over the next 12 months, we have between $75 to $100 million of capital projects that are happening at the Port of South Louisiana. We just completed one with our new headquarters, our new building. But the next big project within that $100 million is the second dock access bridge at Globalplex. So right now, our access bridge only allows one-way traffic. Truck comes down, the other trucks that are trying to go up have to wait, and vice versa. So we're going to build a new dock access bridge, much wider, significantly wider than the first one, to allow for simultaneous ingress, egress, while still using the first bridge. So we'll be in a position to really triple the efficiencies within that dock. We've already been able to increase efficiency because we received 2 new Gottwald gantry cranes at that site, which has tripled the efficiency of cargo, mainly operated by Associated Terminal, mostly bulk cargo at that site. We're looking at different staging areas to create efficiencies, less idling for trucks, which will reduce our carbon footprint as well. These will all be under construction over the next 12 months. So it's not just about me talking about these projects. You will see these projects on our site. So we're very proud of that. And if I'm going too fast, let me know. If you want to stop me for anything, if I can't take questions, let me know. The airport. I talked about the airport earlier. There's two things that has to happen, and one of them is actually happening right now in Baton Rouge. So the Army Corps of Engineers, thank you, and the One Star in Vicksburg actually approved with the West Shore Levee project a levee realignment around the airport, our airport, which would allow us to extend our north runway by 1,500 feet, which we've been planning for years. And so we met with the One Star in Vicksburg. It got approval, and now the project is moving forward at light speed. And I'm very grateful for the Army Corps of Engineers for getting that done. So now we're working with the state to make sure the funding is there from the state match, the state sponsor, Pontchartrain Levee District, to make sure the levee realignment exactly how it needs to be so that we can eventually one day extend the runway 15 feet. Because if we can do that, then we can get those larger cargo planes into the port. Then have true connection of the air, the road, rail, and the water, all within less than a mile radius. That's pretty significant. Because as you all know, that last mile is key for any cargo moves. So this is one of key projects that we're working on in DC. Also, we have asked for $3.8 million in appropriations through the federal government in the next fiscal year for a new airport terminal. So we've already applied for that, and we're hoping to receive those funds as the next appropriations come out in the next fiscal year. So other infrastructure projects we're requesting for capital outlay, over $43 million, one for a new warehouse and conveyance system. That would actually create more efficiencies from dock access to the warehouse. Some things may not have to go on truck. Now they can go directly from the ship onto the conveyor system into the warehouse, again, reducing the emissions and the carbon footprint. Rail connection is key. If we can allow our customers to have access to both the CPKC and the CN with a rail connection that the port provides, it creates a greater value for those customers. And because of the more development in the area, we're asking for additional enhancements for our guard stations. And we just received $500,000 from Congressman Carter for drainage plans, which we'll receive the rest of it from the state to create a more regional and community-focused drainage so that we can be a good neighbor. So I mentioned the regional projects again. This shows you the updated cost, whether it's 310 US widening project, LA 3127, the I-10 is called LA 637 interchange, which is really the reserve exit, which would give us one traffic light. I mentioned the airport. And then we also talked about the Avondale Global Gateway. I know Avondale has been talking to town. It's been in the newspapers where we still try to find a way to partner with them. But they have other projects as far as rail connection that they're looking to develop. We still see it as a project that helps the region. And if it's something that we can work with them on, we will continue to do that. So on the diverse energy, I mentioned Life Retire, 46 jobs, 151 indirect jobs for biofuels with old rubber tires. Now, I've told them that all they have to do is go to New Orleans East and they can pick up a whole bunch of old tires, right? So we got your feedstock. You don't have to go talk to anybody else. But these types of companies, they have contracts with the Pep Boys, the Walmarts of the world, you name it. So they're pretty much rearing and ready to go. And so we hope to have construction by the end of the year. And I mentioned see, I always get ahead of my PowerPoints, all right? It's just the way it works. So I've already mentioned the lower carbon energy hydrogen-based e-methanol fueling system. So be a pretty good gas station for alternative fuels on the river at the port. All right, and I'll take any questions. Great. All right, thank you, guys.
Before we begin with Ms. Antoinette, we have, Sammy, you had the fun part of the presentation. You wanted to do it at this time? You want to do it at the end? Okay, Ms. Antoinette Fonseca.
Oh, I didn't think I would be seeing a picture of myself. Okay. All right, go to the next. Anyways, as my name is Antoinette Fonseca. I'm the AEVE chief of in the Galveston district. I'm just here to talk about basically small business opportunities. Usually, we have our small business advisor do this discussion, but we recently lost her, so tag, I'm it. Okay, so I hope this doesn't bore you, okay? And you know this information, but hey, I'm gonna say it again so that way it can be very clear and you can maybe gain some insight, okay? So the agenda we're gonna talk about is what's SBA, what is market research, sources SALT, DASB, SAM.gov. We're going to do a summary of that market research, right? Contract numbers, the NIST, be able to explain all of this as we go through. Basically, once you get that award, what's next, recap, and of course, any questions. All right, so anyways, let me just go through. What is SBA? So it's the U.S. Small Business Administration. It's a federal agency that is created to aid, counsel, and assist and protect the interests of small businesses, right? And so, yes, but how does SBA help? So SBA mission is clear. Its goal is to help give the American dream, okay? To keep small businesses, to allow for them to grow, expand, and recover. And so how do they do this? They basically incorporate an extensive network of partnerships with private and public entities. And so on this slide, I have, recently we had an industry day at Galveston District at the beginning of January. And I thought this gentleman did a really good job presenting on like how to do lending for small business within, our area. So I really, if you want to think about, with small business and you're a new startup and you looking at different funding, this contact, Winston I think is a good contact. And for the Louisiana area, I provided I guess like a HTTP link below, okay? So a continuation of like the SBA resource partner, I added, basically their goal is to mentor, provide free training, online workshop, and business advice for the small business. Yes, but who can help? So APEX is basically an organization that helps small business with government contracting. Because as you all know, government contracting is different, okay? And so it helps you to determine if you're ready, right? Helps you register in the proper places and see how you could be eligible for certain certifications. Because remember, 23% of all federal dollars have to go to certified small businesses, okay? So what are those certified small businesses? AA, HubZone, women's-owned small business, and disadvantaged, disabled, veteran-owned. Okay. So the very first thing that the government does before we can put out any procurement tool is we do market research, right? So what is market research? Market research means we basically collect and analyze the information about the capabilities for whatever requirement that we're looking for, okay? And so how do we do that? We look at sources SALT, we look at DASB analysis, we look at SAM.gov, and then from there it forms our market research. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I want to make sure I say. So the goal of conducting market research is basically, the key is FAR Part 10. We first determine if the sources are capable, like are we able to satisfy this using what's already publicly available, right? If that's not the case, then if it's not commercially available, then we think about, okay, does this need to be consolidated? Do we need to determine whether it can be bundled? And if that's not the case or is the case, right, then we think about whether, oh my gosh, if we could do a small business set aside. Okay, so what is Sources Salt? Like I'm using my cards here. So Sources Salt is not an actual bid or proposal, right? Instead, it's a solicitation of interest. But what we come to find out is anytime we actually put out a Sources Salt, we do not get enough, in my opinion, small business firms to reply to that. And we understand it takes a lot of resources, right? You know, some type of effort for you guys to actually to reply to the government. But if we're asking for that information, it's because we really need it in order to develop our government market research. So what's in the Sources Salt? Basically the project description, the magnitude, the period of performance, the North American industry classification system code, the PCS code, the subcontracting limitations, the estimated, basically when this work we intend on for to award, and the responses. And we normally have like a template or a form for you to fill out, and I'm going to talk about that in a couple other slides. And how then, once we collect that information, how we utilize it to form our market research summary. So this is a recent example of basically Sources Salt that we did for our Orange project. I don't know if you know, but we are currently from the Bipartisan Act 18, we have a huge Orange project on the way where we doing like 26 miles of levee, so many pump stations, and closures and sector gates. So it's a huge project. And so recently we asked for Sources Salts for Adams Bayou and Cowles Bayou pump stations. And so this just a continuation of the example. And then basically in the Sources Salt, right, we list as to what we're asking for, what features are going to be designed, basically the duration of the project, the estimated costs, right, that's important because of, your bonding limitations that firms have. And then, of course, the classification code, and I think that's it for this slide. And so we collected this information basically using this form. And I wanted to point out, like, one of the key things from this form is the small business certification. Ensuring that if you are a small business certified, that you select that. And so we collected the information, and then once we collected it, we basically go to analyze it. And the reason why it's a bunch of X's right now, right here, is because Sources Salt information is procure sensitive. So we can't really reveal that information. But I just wanted you to see how once we collect the information, how we analyze it, how we put it into our table so that way we can develop our market research. trying to see if there's something else I need to say right now. Okay, so we collected the data for the sources salt. Now what? So then we do we look at the DASB, right, which is the small business dynamic small business search. So we look to see if we can set aside this effort to small business, okay? And as I stated before, 23% of all prime contracting dollars for the federal government should go to certified small business. So what we do, we query the results, right? So we limit it, basically that includes the annual gross income, the bonding, we look for keywords. And so from there, once we put in all of that information, then we collect and analyze this data. And so this from the recent orange that I just showed you. The key here is I don't want to kind of discourage people because you can see women in business it was only one for concrete. But we had to set the bonding limit to be 50 million. But if it was smaller, we probably would have more. But as you can see here, right, using some of those keywords, small business, you only had 5K firms, right, that have the ability or the capability of doing this horizontal, civil, levee, pump stations, concrete type work, right? Only about 2,000 of those firms had actual capability statements, which if you don't have a capability statement, then we don't know what you're able to do, right? And so then once we put in these keywords and say, hey, maybe we could set this aside for small business, but we can't because we don't have the information available when we go to pull the resources. So the key is if you're a small business, right? If you are in the certification for that set aside, ensure that you update your capability statements and ensure that all the keywords for when you want to do the work, for the particular work that your firm does, is included in that capability statement. And so that's what I was pointing out, right? So we only had one. And what you should know that anytime the rule of two applies, right, must be met. So if we can't set this aside. If let's say we wanted to just do a women's own business set aside, we can't because there was only one and the rule of two applied. So I'm just going to state it again. Go and make sure you update those capability statements and ensure you use keywords. Okay, so I don't want to hold up people's time, so I'm trying to rush through. But did I get anybody to start thinking about the fact that you should be thinking to go update your dynamic small business search capability statements? If not, you should. All right, so SAM.gov. So we use that as well, right? The key to SAM.gov when we go to pull research to do the market. So with DASB and Sources Salt, basically is us, the government asking you what you're capable of doing. But with SAM.gov, it's the government already seeing what you have completed, right? Past performance. Okay. I'm trying to see what else. And so this is an example of a query, right? So we ensure that we have the NAS number, the PSC. We look at the time frame. Because this was a 50 million, we had a larger time frame of 10 years. So if it was 10 million or 100 million, we would make that time frame be a lot smaller because we would assume we would get a lot more data. Okay, and so then here's the results from the SAM.gov, and we use this information to feed our market research. I think the key thing I want to point out here is it was 0 all the way down for women-owned small business. Okay. So the key to this is we use Sources Salt, we use DASPE, we use SAM.gov, and other, meaning if we have any type of interviews or, oh my gosh, I can't think right now. So any type of interviews, then we would do, that information is used to form our market research summary. Then that is used to basically establish our report. And that report is used to form our acquisition plan and strategy. So once the acquisition plan and strategy is formed on how we're going to procure basically the requirement of the work, that's it. And so this, the reason why I'm really talking about, and I feel like stressing the initial stages, right? Sources Salt, ensuring your capability statements is included and updated, is because this leads to how we're going to procure the action, right? It leads to how we're going to say, hey, this set aside, this small business can actually do the work. Okay. Oh, so another thing I want to talk about is usually once we do that market research, we usually keep it for about 18 months. Okay, so we say 18 months that market research should still be reliable, right? But that's only in a market where it's not as dynamic, right? It's steady. But, you know, in our market today with inflation, what was like, I feel like a year ago surely isn't so much relevant today. So, okay, so after we do the market research analysis, what does the government do? Right? We ask ourselves, can this resource, we go back to that FAR Part 10, can this resource can a required resource fulfill the need, right? Is it already available? Is the item commercially available? Okay. What are the standard industry practices for the specific requirement? Is consolidation or bundling necessary and justified? Should the requirement be set aside for small business program? And so market research is one of the foundations of each of the procurement, and understanding that though the market research helps better define the government product at the end, we just need for a small business to, anytime we put out a Sources Salt or when we go to pull those queries from DASPE, that, you know, your information is current and up to date. So then that way, when we put together our tools, the information is relevant. And then we know it takes time, right? We know it takes effort for you to put together. But if the government is asking, it's because we're trying to determine if you have that capability. All right, so I just decided to talk about contract numbers just in case. Maybe you're familiar, maybe you're not. I don't know, but I was like, we could talk about this real quick, right? So how do you read a contract number? So you have these, put how many numbers, but it's basically a bunch of like numbers and letters grouped together, right? The first 6 numbers and letters, which is in purple, that usually tells you the Department of Defense activity address code, okay? So for instance, Galveston is W912HY, okay? Then 24, which is the next, unique characters, is the fiscal year. The next letter tells you what type of action it is. And then the last group of numbers tells you basically is in sequential So for instance, this was the first request for proposal of fiscal year '24. And so these are the different type of actions you can have, right? B for invitation for bids, D for indefinite delivery contracts, and core R for request for proposal. I don't think I have anything else I want to say about that. Oh, and then, yeah, okay. Oh, I was going to only say here that you can search sam.gov using that DOD, that DOAC code, and it helps you to key in on specifics for the particular districts. So, oh, I got to go back. Okay, so then next is, what is NIST? Does anybody know what that is? You should. So if you are trying to get any type of government contract, you need to know what your NIST score is. That's the National Institute of Standards and Technology. We cannot award, a government cannot award a contract unless you have a NIST score, okay? And this was something that just recently came into, I can't remember exactly when, but it's something that recently started, came into impact. If you look at the DFARS, it's supposed to be DFARS. 204, it basically says the contracting officer should verify the summary level of the NIST score, okay, in order to award that contract. And how do you get there? So PIEE, from PIEE, you should be able to go into SPURS, and then in SPURS is where you start that registration process. And there's a different level of assessments. Okay, so now you've done all the hard work and you actually got a government contract, right? You've been awarded a contract or a task order. Now what? Now what? So I think these performance matters, right? And understanding how to successfully navigate these items, right, forms, in my opinion, the government opinion. So you need to understand, right, contract compliance, KO versus the COR, CPARs, right, and then just be the best. So what is contract compliance? That means you understand your contract. You have read your contract. You're going to meet the deliverable dates. You're going to provide quality deliverables. I think that's the key. And so what does that mean, providing quality deliverables? That means that you are abiding by that quality control plan that you submitted and was approved to the government, okay? Well, what I come to find out is a lot of times when we actually look and dig deep into these deliverables, you're not even abiding by your own plan. So make sure you abide by your plan to provide quality deliverables to the government, okay? So in the Galveston district, every time we award a contract, we create on Smart Sheets, we create basically a deliverable tracker. And anytime any of those deliverables are due, and we look at basically how far outside the contractor is from submitting those deliverables, if they're on time or late, and then we write comments. So, because this helps feeds our CPARS rating. So another big thing is understanding who your KO is versus your COR. The contracting officer is the only individual on the federal government who has a legal authority, right? The legal authority to obligate the government. So therefore, even if you want to be nice, right, and say, I want to be a good contractor, and, listen to your COR, and they tell you to do something outside of that scope of work, and it changes scope, price, and schedule, what you gonna do? No, stop. Send an email to your contracting officer, okay? because even you're not even supposed to take direction if it changes those things from your COR. Okay. Contract performance assessment reporting. I know y'all are very familiar with this, CPARS. So by federal, the FAR dictates in order for us to create the source selection evaluations, we have to look at past performance. Okay, so you want to ensure that if you're given a government contract, that you meet that scope of work and that you do well, because we will evaluate your past ratings and use that information to develop our source selections. So one of the things I want to say is, because I get this comment all the time, is anytime you are meeting the contract, meaning if a deliverable is due tomorrow and you are as a contractor, you submit that deliverable tomorrow and we review and, you know, you make a few changes, but they're not drastic. That means you met the contract. That means you performed satisfactory. A lot of times I've been getting contractors say, well, I should get a very good. But if you met the contract, right, you didn't go over and beyond, you did what you were supposed to do, you satisfactory performed. I just want to make that clear. So be the best. Understand what your firm is capable. Understand what, as a small business, what you do well and do it. And then search for opportunities to excel at that. Because once you do that, I feel like it opens up your opportunities, and we can, as the government, when we do that market research, we can literally set aside for those businesses to do that work because you're the best. Care about the quality of the product that you provide. That's extremely important. Okay, so to recap, make sure you utilize all of your SBA resources. Respond to market research when the government is asking. We use that information to develop the documents that's necessary for our procurement. Ensure that you have a NIST score, right? That's basically how are you compliant with controlled unclassified information, because we can't award a contract without it. And then after award, perform. Be the best that you can possibly be. Any questions? Yes. I don't know. I guess what can you? I don't know what you're asking. What thresholds? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. So I said I'm not the small business advisor. I'm sorry. So I'm the AEVE management chief, but I would take your question if you give me a card, and I'll make sure I get your answer. Okay.
And if you would post that question to Anidra in that site that we gave, we will get you a response to that. Next, we have Mr. Steve Nelson, Sewer and Water Board of New Orleans.
What's that all about?
I know, right? Everybody asked me how I'm doing. I said, well, these days it's a matter of public record. All right, Steve Nelson, General Superintendent, Sewerage and Water Board of New Orleans. I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about projects we've got going on, and you're probably more interested, though, in what we've got coming up. I'd like to assess the room, though, if I could. I see at least one consultant in the room. I won't name names. I see a couple. How many are contractors? Heavy civil? Electrical, mechanical? Okay. How many consultants? Okay, so we actually got a few more consultants than contractors. So, all right, this is my brief bio. Grew up in Washington State, came down post-Katrina, decided I liked summers here better than winters up north, and have moved back and forth, and am now back here in New Orleans, and God willing, I'll be buried above ground. So, thank you very much to the Army Corps for having us here today. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk about what's going on at the Sewerage and Water Board and what's coming up, because we are going to need significant support from consultants and contractors as well. The Army Corps has been a great partner for us, and we'll talk maybe a little bit about SELA, but this will be more focused on some of the other programs we've got going on within the Sewerage and Water Board. And if at any time you have questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand or just shout. If you have a problem with a bill or a pothole in front of your house, grab me afterwards. We'll have customer service reps that can help you with that too. I wanted to start the big thrust at the Sewerage and Water Board over the last couple of years, going on right now, and probably for the next year and a half, is going to be the issues with our pumping and power. So this is a screenshot of a real-time dashboard that we have available at the Sewerage and Water Board of New Orleans, swbno.org. That will tell you and answer the age-old question, is my pump running? We have 24 pump stations, and this tells you either green or blue dots. Blue means you've got at least one major pump running, and so this will tell you in real time whether or not your pump station is up and functional. And it also talks about the megawatts of power currently available. The Sewerage and Water Board is in fact a 4-utility purveyor. We do water, sewer, storm drainage, but we also make our own power. So is anybody familiar with, or not, let me ask this, is anyone not familiar with the power generation situation at the Sewerage and Water Board? So everybody knows about it, so is anyone interested in the power generation at the Sewerage and Water Board? How many Orleans Parish residents? Yeah, so you're probably going to be interested in this. So for the last 120 plus years, the Sewerage and Water Board has been involved in generating its own power. And currently we use 2 different flavors of power for our major stormwater pumps, as well as some of our drinking water pumps as well. There's 60 hertz, which is what you get out of the outlet in the wall, and then there's 25 hertz, which we utilize for about half of the pumps in our system. And Entergy doesn't produce that power. It's really only used by one other entity, that being some of the train stations up in the Northeast. Joe Becker has forgotten more about this than I'll ever learn, so I'm watching him in the back, and if he starts shaking his head, I'm going to correct myself. But what that means is that we've got this unique flavor of power that I can't get off the grid, and frankly, even if I could, much of it is fed from surface lines, from overhead lines, which especially during a named event creates a serious problem, because you get a tree that falls into the line, you lose the ability to pump, you're done. So being able to get out of the business of making our own power has been something that Ghassan Korban, the executive director, had as a vision of his. I know Joe has thought about it and worked on it for many years, and it is now finally happening. So that's kind of the big project that's going on right now, is this power complex project. So it's going to take us from taking power, generating 25 hertz power from 2 very old turbines, turbine 4, which was built in 1915. The apocryphal tale that I hear is that it has Thomas Edison's signature on the commissioning documents. I haven't actually seen that, but I absolutely believe it. The new one, turbine 5, was built in 1952 or 8, Joe. I think it was 52, yeah. So between those 2 turbines, that makes up the bulk of the 25 hertz power. We need about 44 megawatts to run all of our 25 hertz assets. Now, we don't typically need 44 megawatts, because that would mean that every stormwater pump is running. And so unless you have a rain event similar to what we had 2 weeks ago, where you've got real heavy rain across the entire metro area, you're probably not going to run all of your 25 hertz pumps, which is in the old part of the city. So usually we can survive off of 30 megawatts. But what it does with these old sources of power, we also have electromotive diesels, they're converted locomotive engines, and then some frequency changers which can take that power from Entergy. When you've got 4 or 5 different sources of power, even if you do have the power, if something goes wrong during an event, you've got to switch over to that power. That requires at times what we call clearing the bus. So you've got to take pumps offline, reroute the power, and that could take 5 minutes, it could take 15 minutes, which doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but when you're taking on 4, 5, or 6 inches of rain in an hour, that can be the difference between a couple of inches and a couple of feet of water in the street. That can add up really, really quickly. So the answer to that power is this power complex project, which is going to first and foremost take power from Entergy's 9-mile station across the river. It will drop that power into a dedicated substation at our Carrollton water plant. You can see the towers right over there. And then part of that project is going to bring into more beneficial use Turbine 6, which we already have, but is not really wired into the system. That was built in 2014. And that will add Turbine 7, which is also, it's a jet engine, basically, an aeroderivative that is going to add backup power. So the plan is to be able to use Entergy's power anytime, all the time, and only have to rely on turbines if we have a really dire emergency. So we want to try and get out of that business of generating power as much as possible. This project is going to do it. So this project that's going on right now, so for those of you in the contracting consulting community, probably not as interested in this from a business development standpoint, but it's really exciting for me and for residents of Orleans Parish that this project is about halfway done. By June of 2025, we will have the components, or most of the components that you see here in this slide, up and running. That's going to involve these SFCs, or static frequency changers. There's actually 3 of those that we have purchased. We'll have 2 of them wired in. Each one generates about 22 megawatts of power. So the 2 of them together will provide all the 25 hertz power we need. So those first 3 static frequency changers, who can guess what the serial numbers on those are? 1, 2, and 3. This is a very, very unique system. But New Orleans, as we all know, is a very unique place. So right now, probably the most complicated civil portion of the project is just about done. It's that utility rack at the bottom. It's basically an elevated bridge that is carrying the electrical power from these static frequency changers where the substation drops in over to our central control facility. And so if you're asking the question, well, why didn't you just move central control over? Well, we could have, but then I would have to take all the wiring from there and run it the other direction. So we don't really have a choice but to put it on this elevated structure. The frequency changers, the pedestals are just about built for those, and the contract for installing all of that equipment has just been awarded and will start here shortly. The utility rack, as I mentioned, is almost done. We're at 90%. The foundations for the static frequency changers, Turbine 7, the transformers, and the auxiliary equipment is in process. The transformers are actually on site. So this presentation is about a week old. We got the transformers in and set. And the Entergy substation is actually already complete. So it's there, hot, live, and ready to take power. So this is moving forward. We're about halfway done. So that's phase 1. That's already been bid, awarded, working. So for those of you interested in the construction on phase 2, we have components of this. The state legislature reviewed the funding that's in this current legislative session. They haven't voted on it yet, but there's $29 million that is going, we're hoping will move into priority 1 this year, and that will fund in part an operations center. So phase 1 is going to take us to a level of, will be operational. Phase 2 is going to take us to a further level of automation. So currently, an operator who needs a pump at a pump station needs to call in an order for power, and then an operator at central control needs to deliver that power. They've got to physically push buttons. This next phase, we want to be able to move much more towards automation so that we're not having to have as many human interfaces. Really excited about that next piece of the project. In addition to the power complex project, we've got a lot of needs within our drainage system. So much of our drainage collection and distribution network is at or about 100 years old. You see some photos of some specific projects that we've got here. We've got at least $205 million in must-have projects over the next 5 years. The discharge bells at Drainage Pump Station 7, which serves Lakeview. So is there anyone here that lives in the Lakeview area? So DPS 7 drains the area around your house. The discharge bells, I wish we had a different picture in here because it actually shows below the water line. It's corroded to the point where there is a space between the bell and the piles that are supposed to be supporting it. So these pumps, which were invented by A. Baldwin Wood, require a vacuum to pull water up into the pump body itself, and then you turn the pump on and it begins to pump, and it moves an immense amount of water. Drainage Pump Station 6, which is the one over on the parish line, when that pump station's running at full house, we can fill a cube the size of the Smoothie King Center in less than 20 minutes. That is an immense amount of water. All that to say, the discharge bells at DPS 7 are floating. If those fall off the pump station, or if corrosion works its way through, I can't pull a vacuum, which means I can't prime the pump, which means the pumps don't run. So right now this is one of a number of different needs. This is the DPS 15, Drainage Pump Station 15 serves New Orleans East. So this drains a very large area of marsh out there. And when you get long-term prolonged rains, that marsh can fill up. The picture there is not great, but you can see that water spilling out. The levee district had at one point asked us to stop pumping because it was eroding the levee. If you can't pump from that, then you fill up the neighborhood out there. And then the screens and rakes at DPS 11, which serves the West Bank. We have some broken rakes, so if you get a lot of that water hyacinth that stacks up in the canals, that can be a major problem for us. All this to say, we have a budget of about $70 million a year, which sounds like and is a lot of money. But when you figure that the bulk of that, over $50 million, goes into operations and maintenance, because we have one of the most, if not the most active drainage systems, certainly in the United States, maybe in the world. And then that leaves we have about $13 million for capital projects. And about $10 million of that goes to paying off debt service on the SELA program, which is a really beneficial Army Corps of Engineers program. So that leaves me with $3.5 million in capital projects in a given year. So if these are the unfunded projects, you can imagine the rest of it goes to keeping the actual pumps running. So we're at a place where we could really use some support in terms of drainage. And that then, of course, leads to additional funding for design for consultants, and this is work that we're not going to be able to do in-house, so more work for contractors. One of the things that we're looking at, because who here would want to pay an extra $1 out of their pocket to the Sewage and Water Board right now? You can be honest, probably no. All right, so Joe's legit. Everyone else being very honest. Who here knows, so water and sewer is paid for out of our rates. So we pay all of that once a month on our bills. Incidentally, smart metering, great project, going to be a big help for us, is going to eliminate that issue with the every other month reads. So instead of getting a read on your meter every other month, you're going to have an actual read once an hour through a radio signal. The stormwater, we receive funding through millage on people's homes, typically, and businesses that are not tax exempt. That leaves about 7% of the land parcels and 40% of the tax base that does not contribute to the drainage system. So Tulane University, Loyola, all the other universities, the Archdiocese and others don't actually contribute into the cost of the drainage system. So while we understand that for the individual homeowner, they're already dealing with taxes and insurance and everything else, we're all aware of it. I live across the street. I have the same concerns everybody else does. Those entities that aren't paying into it would probably be nice and more equitable to have that under everybody's roof. Also, there's the discussion right now, Senate Bill 305. We're going to need additional funding to be able to handle the small diameter drainage. So is everybody aware that the drainage system in New Orleans is actually split?
So everything, all the catch basins, of which there's 72,000, and 1,600 miles of small diameter storm sewer, anything under 3 feet diameter, is actually the responsibility of the Department of Public Works as a result of a tax millage that failed in 1990. Well, Senate Bill 305 is going to bring all of that back under the auspices of the Sewerage and Water Board, which I think is great. It should all be under one roof. We just need the funding to be able to take care of that. And City Council and the Mayor's office have been very helpful in helping us get to that place. The other big program that we've got beyond stormwater is lead service lines. We have probably between 30 and 50,000 lead service lines here in the city of New Orleans, and with the revised lead and copper rule that's coming up, that represents an opportunity for us to be able to pursue state funding, which we are in line to obtain a significant amount of state funding this year and in years going forward to be able to document and then replace those services over the course of the next probably 10 to 15 years. So right now, we've got a request for $84 million for just this year to replace lead service lines. And a single lead service is a fairly small item to replace, but when you figure that there's 30 to 50,000 of them that need to be replaced across the city, that's going to constitute a major on-taking in terms of consultant support as well as contractor support to be able to complete that. At this point, we're looking at a delivery vehicle that's known as Community-Based Public-Private Partnerships, or CBP3. And that vehicle has a real heavy emphasis on community education, which is going to be crucial. I think folks are aware of lead services, but as the lead and copper rule, as those requirements start to come more into force, homeowners are going to start becoming more and more aware that they may or do or probably have a lead service attached to their home. This also coincides with the installation of our smart meter program, which the replacement of a meter technically constitutes a disturbance on the service. So when you replace the meter, you're required to provide written material to the homeowner if you know that there's lead, or if you don't know that there's lead, you have to assume that there is. So there's going to be a lot more public awareness about the presence of lead and the effect. So we need something that has a lot of communication and the ability to interface with our customers, and that CBP3 model is something that we believe is going to help us to be able to do that well. Upcoming contracts on the water side of the projects with the Sewerage and Water Board. We have contract 1452. This is about $2.5 million. So the Sycamore Filter Gallery, which I heard someone refer to as a Roman bath at one point, is that bid is coming up here in May. That's going to be the last of this phase of upgrades to the Sycamore Filter Gallery. We have repairs to the intake fenders. So we have our two intakes for the East Bank treatment plant are just upstream here. One of those intakes has had a barge run into it several years ago. We've got a budget of about $6 million to repair those fenders. We have contract 1391, which will be the replacement of what we call the door facility. It's an old, basically secondary clarifier. We need to have that demolished, and then we're going to reinstall a bulk chemical facility that will allow us to store a lot more of our coagulants, a lot more lime, and allow us to prepare for high demand events like freezes, where you've got to use a lot of chemical because you're producing a lot of water. And that's estimated at $5 million. Those are all estimated to go out to bid probably within the next year. On the wastewater side of things, our East Bank sewage treatment plant has a project of budget of $21.1 million. That's expected to bid in Q3 of this year. This will be related to the solids handling and secondary treatment. Veolia is our operator for the wastewater treatment plant, so they'll be involved with some of the procurement on that project. And then we also have some upgrades to our West Bank sewage treatment plant. Phase 1, that's budgeted at $7.8 million. That is also expected to bid in Q3 of this year. And with that, are there any questions? I went fast, man. Yes? Yeah, so
The short-term solution, the only real solution that we have is to dilute. And the only real way to do that is to be able to pipe from upstream. So there's the Kenner Hump. The plan at this point, we have plans in place. We've worked through most of the permit process with the Corps. If we see that this is going to happen again, that would be the short-term solution. We just launched a water quality master plan 2 months ago with CDM Smith. Part of that plan effort is going to be bench scale testing on lead surfaces in particular to see what the effects of chloride are, because one of the big questions was, we're talking about 250 milligrams per liter. Is that threshold? Well, that's a health criteria. So for folks with low sodium diets, that's important. But for our system, we could start seeing effects in terms of corrosion at 90 or 100 or 150, or it could get up to 1,000 parts per million. But we don't know that until we start doing that testing. So in parallel with having that plan in place, we're working on getting quantifiable data as to when we would actually start seeing an effect, and that'll help us make some decisions on what we can do. Hopefully, pray it continues to rain in Ohio. Looks like it'll be a relatively decent year. The Corps' got some really good data from their modeling from last year, so they should be able to more accurately predict where that wedge gets up to further in advance. But yeah, the longer term goal really, though, is we've got that water quality master plan. We're looking at the next big set of projects for us will be related to our water treatment plants. So there's the lead service line, but that water treatment plant at Carrollton, the last renovation was, I think, in the early 90s, and much of that plant is approaching 100 years old. So we want to look at potential technical alternatives, see if there's something that we could do with groundwater augmentation, and that'll be the longer term solution. Yep. Anybody else? Anything else on your minds about the Sewage and Water Board? All right. Very well. Too easy. Okay. Thank you, folks. Yeah.
Next up, Mr. Chris Gilmore, Director of Engineering, Port of New Orleans.
Got to add a little flair. All right. You should, huh? My name is Chris Gilmore, Director of Engineering and Environmental at the Port of New Orleans. I guess a little bit about that role. Not only am I responsible for engineering and environmental, but also program management and also the construction management. So it's a pretty wide-ranging role. Talk a little bit about the Port of New Orleans, what we do, who we are. Talk a little bit about the types of projects we do, and then get into the projects that we have coming up. So, as I said, that's me. A little bit of information about myself is born and raised South Louisiana. Grew up on the North Shore. Went to UNO, graduated with a degree in civil engineering, and spent about 26 years of my career in this building as a senior project manager. About 3 years ago, I made the difficult decision to leave and join the Port of New Orleans. And I'm here today. So, a little bit about the Port of New Orleans. We are a quasi-state agency. I say quasi because our commissioners are appointed by the governor. Our staff falls under the civil service guidelines. However, we do not take taxes from the state. There is not a line item budget for the Port of New Orleans. Our revenue comes strictly from our tenants. We are a landlord port, which basically means that we own the assets, but we don't operate them. We lease them out to companies and professionals who do that much better than we would. Our annual revenue is about $115 to $120 million a year. That comes from our 4 business lines. Our 4 business lines are cargo, which is broken up between container and break bulk. Container is exactly what it sounds like, those boxes you see on ships going down the highway. Break bulk is anything that doesn't fit in one of those containers. So that's in our distribution is roughly split 50-50 between those two. Second line of business is industrial real estate. We have over 1,000 acres of industrial real estate. It ranges from warehouses to cold storage to even a recreational marina. And we, as I said, we lease those out to tenants who operate various activities in those facilities. The third line of business is the New Orleans Public Belt, or RAIL. In 2018, we acquired the belt from the city of New Orleans. The Belt is a short rail line that services the New Orleans metropolitan area. With that acquisition, we became the only Gulf Coast port that has access to all 6 Class 1 rail lines, which is huge for our tenants. And then the fourth line of business is cruise. We are the 6th largest cruise port in the United States. We welcome about 1 million to about, this year we're pushing 1.3 million passengers a year. So those are our 4 business lines. That's how we make our revenue. And then we reinvest anything we have in excess to our ongoing maintenance back into the port facilities. Some of the types of projects that we do, although yes, we are a port and we do have your standard maritime type projects where we're underneath our wharves, fixing our wharves. We're doing the maintenance on the wharves. But we do a whole lot more than just that. Honestly, that's a small portion of actually what we do. I like to say we're kind of like a little city. Everything that a municipality has, we have it too. We have pump stations, we have roads, we have buildings, we have sheds, we have water supply, sewer. All that stuff is on our properties. Talk a little bit about types of projects we have going on. This is actually a project that is doing a fire pump upgrade at one of our warehouses on our wharf. The picture on your left is the actual supply line for the water pump or for the fire pump, and then the picture on your right is the actual shed, the building that fire pump is located in. Again, it's not maritime, it's not marine, it's just kind of a civil works type project. A couple other projects. Again, the one on your left, this is a water supply for our wharf. Again, just basically it's a water supply contract. Again, not necessarily needed to be a maritime contractor. Any heavy civil type contractor could perform this work. The picture on your right, that's a warehouse that we have. We actually built that warehouse out. We built several offices, several parking bays for vehicles. That project obviously includes the carpentry, the electrical, the mechanical, the HVAC, as well as roofing on this particular job. Again, not just maritime. A couple others. We do streets. The Port of New Orleans actually has a pretty extensive network of roads that we maintain. And we are constantly doing maintenance on those roads as well as drainage adjacent to those roadways. Port of New Orleans, unfortunately, we own 4 movable bridges. Love to get rid of them, but unfortunately we can't. 3 of those bridges are over 100 years old. So we are continually doing maintenance on those bridges. And the picture you see on your right is us actually doing some work on the St. Claude Bridge not too long ago. One thing that most of our projects do entail, to some extent, is concrete. We are doing heavy pavement, forming, pouring, all that associated with our contracts. Like I said, that is a large feature of most of our projects. And then, as I said, we do have the rail, so we do have rail projects ongoing. Although the actual placement of the rail is somewhat of a specialty, the project that I have on the slides here. There was a large component of that project was dirt moving, earth moving. There was a contaminated area, had some contaminated soils. So it was a large effort to actually remove the contaminated soils, bring it back in, and then we could go from there with the actual rail project. So again, not maritime, kind of any general contractor. Then I can't leave without talking about our big project that's currently under design. This is the Louisiana International Terminal. It's a new container terminal to be located in St. Bernard Parish. Currently under design. We're about 60% design complete. If all goes well and I get the permit out of this building in time, we will be breaking ground about this time next year. We will be doing the CMAR contract process on this project. It's been awarded to Kiewit. However, although Kiewit will self-perform some of it, they will be looking for quite a few contractors to help in the construction of this when we get to that point. And we actually will be holding a industry day type event specific to lit in Kiewit sometime in July. So if you're interested in that, let me know. We can make sure you're on that list. These are some of the upcoming projects that we have. We update this list regularly. It's on our website. We update it so often that this slide is actually inaccurate now. I got a new list yesterday that I have copies of if anybody's interested in. But this kind of lists out the type of projects we have coming up. The first one on the list is a comfort station and restroom facilities on our dock. It's really just a construction of a room similar to this with restrooms. And it's to get our truck drivers out of the heat and let them use the restroom if they're waiting to pick up their container. We have several Hurricane Ida repair projects. Those mostly are pretty small contracts. shed siding, roofing, gutters. One of the big issues we've had is roll-up doors, been hard to get. Those usually range in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $1 million. The comfort station, last I heard, it was about a $500,000 project. Several bridge projects coming up. One is the painting. Then we've got a second link and structural member repair. And then we've got for the Florida Avenue Bridge, counterweight repair. Those projects typically range from $1 million to about $2.5 million. One project that's not on here that is coming a little later is a pretty significant rehab to the Almonaster Bridge. That'll be, like I said, a pretty significant rehab, and that's probably in the neighborhood of $15 to $30 million project. From most of the designers that are in the room, I know we work with a lot of y'all, but we do have a couple upcoming design projects. These are associated with the new container terminal. We're going to be designing, constructing a new interchange off of Judge Perez to access the lit terminal, and then a small design for a harbor police station on the lit terminal itself. And how do you participate? So the Port of New Orleans Public Belt, we use central bidding. These are QR codes to access each of those sites. You don't have to take a picture. I have printouts if you're interested in that. We've also partnered with the Convention Center for the Small Business, or SEB Connect app, and that is how we look for our small businesses. If anyone is interested in learning more about this, give me your name and number, and I'll make sure that you're in our procurement database so that whenever we issue a targeted type solicitation, we'll make sure you get that. And with that, that's all I really have. I'll take any questions. So we are working, we're at the 98% design stage now. We are probably looking at late summer, early fall for that one to hit the street. Although we've been at 98% design for a year now, so working with DOTD is a little challenging. Yes, yeah, the board will do it, and it'll be on the central bidding. Any other questions? See somebody back there? Yes, ma'am. I have business cards. If you want to catch me, I can give you a business card. Anything else? I know it's quick, but.
You're shy.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, y'all.
We're going to bring Sammy back up here.
All right. Good afternoon again. I hope that all of you enjoyed the presentations by all of our speakers. I hope it was insightful. I hope you're excited. I heard a lot of opportunities, and I don't know about you, but if I'm a contractor, I'm definitely reaching out to all four of the speakers who are here today because it sounds like there are a lot of things happening that will fall within the realms of your specialties. Wanted to talk a little bit about SAMI. We mentioned it earlier today. If you are not a member of SAMI yet, I would encourage you to join, whether it is here in Louisiana or elsewhere, wherever you hail from. There are opportunities always for you to connect with not only the consultants, but also with leaders within the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So strongly encourage it. Here are some of the benefits. I'm not going to read them out to you because there's a slide for that. You want to know more about it, you can scan the QR code. I would also encourage you to stick around. I believe the general will be speaking at 3.
We had Colonel. We
So
have a couple
Colonel.
meetings going on now, so if he can, he will come back here after you finish.
Okay. And also, there is a happy hour at 3:30 at Cooter Brown's, which is right up the road, sponsored by the SAMI Louisiana Post. So if you want to join us for some specialty drinks, some libations, and some conversation, please do so. We do have 30 minutes before the program ends, so we were not able to bring Monica to the floor earlier, so I'm going to do this. And we're going to do a quick little 30 minutes of light-hearted presentation. All right, take it away, sister.
Hello, good afternoon. It's always good to be right before libations, especially talking about humor in business. So why should you be interested in humor in business? Don't we judge people that get up here on these podiums? If they make us laugh, don't we like it better? So this presentation is all about how to have a little more fun when you give a presentation. So don't take yourself too seriously. Rule number 1. Better not, because you're not getting out of here alive. All right, humor. It can be all about you. The best joke is you. You can't get offended if you make fun of yourself. So humor and humility come from the same root word. You can laugh at yourself. You'll always have plenty of material. Life is too short. Call me. I can laugh at you. All right, so this is just, all these speakers get up and they give introductions. And so my introduction is going to be a game. Why not? I have some prizes for winners. So there's a whole bunch of facts up here about me, and there's one lie. So if you think you can spot the lie, let me know. The first one is, my teenager thinks I'm a boomer and it breaks my Gen X heart. You think it's a lie? No, that's factual. That's factual. I have an unhealthy obsession with dried mango. It's really good. It is actually my favorite snack. I'm a season ticket holder for LSU, but I haven't been to a game in 5 years. You think it's a lie? It's true. It's true. It's true. I've been selling my tickets. I once took a work trip to Boston and got epically stuck in a roundabout for 10 minutes. So those of you that design roads are really going to enjoy that one, right? Do you think it's true? It's true. I routinely dream of starting a fire in my fireplace on a cozy winter day. And then I wake up and remember I'm a Southerner and it's summer. You think it's true? Oh, you know it's true. You've been here in summer. It's bad news, right? My 15-year-old teenager can bench press more than I weigh. It's true. It's actually a humorous story. He was always a little fluffy, and then he decided to bulk up and join football. Guys, it was amazing. In like less than 6 months, the kid was fit as a fiddle, and I don't know what he did, but I need to be doing it too. I am an Aquarius, which I learned is critically important for online dating profiles. Did you know this was the thing? Putting your sign is an online dating thing. Do you think it's true or false? Both of those are true. Those are true. This is my first official industry day at a USACE event. It's true. She knows it's true. I'm a lifelong recovering perfectionist. How many of you all are lifelong recovering perfectionists? Yes. I always want to get it right. Y'all aren't laughing enough. You got to help me out here, okay? That's true. I have read Dune the novel twice and seen all the movies. True or false? If you think it's false, raise your hand. No? Okay, yes, it's true. I'm a dork. I have read the Dune novel twice and seen all the movies. True or false? I went to a Ole Miss game once and cheered for Ole Miss. I started dating this fella. You know how it goes. And it's true. 3 days into working in my first job for an engineering firm, I was given a task and told even a kindergartner can do it. And I've retold that story many, many times. True or false? True. True. And it ended up being a good friend. At least twice a week, I create online orders for things I never actually buy. That is a lie. It's way more than that. That is the lie. How many people do this? You create the order and then you never actually buy it. I do it all the time. I pretend I have money I actually don't have. So what's all this about? I've been strategically using humor for years. I use it in my daily life. I use it to get my teenagers to do things. It connects everyone. Being able to laugh is one of the most fun parts of being a human. All right, let's talk about required
graphs in charts. We're in an engineering community. If I don't have a graph, you're going to throw me off the stage, right? Got to have it. The good news is when it came to putting humor into presentations or calls in the industry, engineering did not come in dead last. It was the finance guys. My ex-husband is in finance. Okay, moving on. Humor, required charts and graphs again. In a study from the Gallup survey, there were 1.4 million people in 166 countries who indicated that the frequency in which they laugh started to decrease at age 23. Clearly, they didn't go to LSU and graduated at 26. However, there is a humor cliff. So why is there a humor cliff? Like, why do you think we get less funny over time? Apparently, we do get funnier in our later years after we retire. Might be work involved there, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, everybody's nodding their heads. All right, so here's another reason why we're less funny. You're kind of fearing sometimes about being perceived as not professional. You fear that your joke is going to fall flat and get no laughs. Y'all are not helping me out a lot here. I'm just gonna throw that out here. Your fear of the joke making someone offended. Now, that is a real thing. You can say the wrong thing and offend someone. But remember one of the earlier slides? You make it all about you. You offend you. That's you. So keep that humor, in a way that doesn't hurt anyone's feelings. Fear of being thought of as not smart. This is actually not true. If you make jokes, people think you're smarter. I highly encourage it. Also, just remember, if you make a joke and you strike out, people remember the home runs, not the strikeouts. Case in point, Babe Ruth. You don't think of him as the strikeout leader for 29 years, do you? You think of him as the home run guy, right? So don't be afraid. Let the jokes rip. Might just hit a home run. All right, so humor is actually a powerful way to come across as authentic, more human. It's not in opposition to seriousness. It can reduce stress and foster collaboration. So do you want to work with somebody who's funny and cracks jokes every now and then to keep it light, or do you want to work with somebody who's always serious? I don't know about you, but I like the funny guys. So 98% of executives preferred employees who had a sense of humor, and 84% believed employees with a sense of humor did better work. You can totally fool your boss by cracking jokes. Yes, you heard it here. Okay, breaking the barrier. Humor can be a meeting strategy. You can, if you're working in a group on an intense project and you go around and say something funny or have a good laugh, it actually can help connect the people in the room. It helps reduce status differentials. So if you're the boss and you're really trying to encourage people to participate and give ideas, if you create a humorous moment, you seem more real and approachable to those other individuals. This is especially true as we work with younger staff. Younger folks sometimes don't want to speak up because they're afraid to. But if you appear personable, fun, have a sense of humor, even if you crack a dad joke and it fails, I promise you they're going to be more engaged. They really are. So it helps to create a shared experience when you pull that in and you really try to engage with the people you're working with. 98% of professionals believe it's important that managers have a sense of humor. Notice it didn't say you had to be Jerry Seinfeld. It just said you had to have a sense of humor. So if somebody says something funny, you can laugh. It's okay. You can still be a very serious manager. But keep in mind, if you are telling jokes and you're in charge, you might not actually be funny. They may just be laughing at you to be nice because you're the person that gets the paycheck, right? Okay. So how do you do this? How do you get more humorous? How do you bring some fun into things? Jerry Seinfeld, he told observational jokes. He made you feel like he stole things from you to create his material. He was the king of this. And observing life can give a lot of funny moments. My kids have been an endless source of amusement for myself and many, many other people, to the point that the people that I work with ask me what my children said or have done recently that's funny. My youngest one, I had a joke up here, Mama, I know where the Easter Bunny lives. He lives in China because the bunny that I got came from there. Like, he noticed it. He's like, the Easter Bunny's in China. He went around and told everyone the Easter Bunny was in China. He actually told me once, too. He said, you know, Mama, I love you 100%. Doesn't that make you feel so sweet and kind? But I love brother 79%. Today. Later on that evening, he goes, brother's at 80% now, Mom. But don't tell him. Don't tell him, Mom, he's at 80%. Kids, man, they can crack you up, and they do the funniest stuff. It's totally okay to make fun of your own children. All right, humor tips. There are some ground rules for humor. You know, told a bad chemistry joke once, didn't get much of a reaction. I mean, there really is some ground rules. There's no-no zones. Don't bring in politics, stereotypes, religion, mocking others. Don't do any of those things. They're not nice anyway. Use the mom test. If you wouldn't look your mom in the eye and tell the joke, you probably shouldn't tell it in public. Read the room. You know, we're all serious professionals here that do lots of serious work. And if you're in a crisis mode at work, that's not necessarily the time to crack a joke. So read the room. No one is right. Just remember, puns, dad jokes, they're all legitimate material. You can use them. Glass perspectives, optimist, pessimist, and engineer. Half full, half empty, too big. You know, why was the engineer good at fishing? He had the perfect angle. I mean, these are all kind of cheesy, but people love them. All right, this is an interesting thing that I found when I was researching this. When people are challenged with a problem, if they watched a comedy video before they started to solve the problem, they were 3.75 times more likely to solve the problem. That's an incredible fact. If you laugh and joke around and then get serious, you apparently bring more intelligence to the conversation. And I kind of wondered why that was. So it's something to think about. Have you ever noticed that when you had a good joking moment with a team and then suddenly you could solve a problem? Has anybody else experienced this? Is it just me? Okay. Well, I'll give you a couple of examples, personal ones, that have helped here. Many of us are in the consulting community. Many of us are contractors. We've all prepared for presentations to the government. Okay, so government folks, close your ears for just a minute. We spend a lot of hours working on these presentations, don't we? Like a lot of time. And you get into a room, and one of the best things you can do is joke around and have a good time. Because if you walk into that presentation laughing with your coworkers and having a good time, everyone in the room can feel that vibe. If you take the time to connect and have a good moment and have fun, I promise you, you're gonna have a better presentation. We actually had a presentation that I was working on in Salt Lake City. Big group of people, lots of SVPs running around the room, all the different types. And there was a young man who had tied us all together because he just simply had the will to win. And we called the proposal and the presentation, The Will to Win. The guy's name was Will. It was really pretty funny. But it was also true. And we want it. Now, if you don't want to do humor, let me just tell you, even the government's getting into it. If you're not following the National Park Service, you are really missing out. They are hilarious. I don't know who is writing their post, but I want to meet them. This is one of my favorites. Are you ready to get back out there? The National Park Week is a great time to enjoy the park events, take a guided tour, determine that you're not the problem because it was them, and you're going to live your best life going to a park and having fun. And then it's an image of a 5-star review saying, my girlfriend broke up with me after we visited. Review has 1 like. I think it's the girlfriend. It's hilarious. Everyone can relate to that, right? And the part that's the funniest of all is they've got 506,000 followers on LinkedIn. because it's funny. I mean, it's hilarious. This other one, going to sleep on a Sunday will cause Monday. Staying awake all night does not prevent Monday. See you Monday, good night and good luck. And then it's a little, a little feature about the badger who's up all night. These are great moments to connect with other people. So in summary, as you go out into the world and we go to our Cooter Browns, libations, and fun, don't forget that being funny is really kind of important. It's one of those moments where you connect with others, it can create friendships, it can solidify partnerships, and frankly, I think it's a lot of fun. Thanks, everyone.
I say thank you. I say thank you on behalf of the command. It looks like the lieutenant colonel got, they got him. They got him in another meeting. But I want to thank you all for attending today and for listening to our presentations. And again, all of this information will be on our website along with the video. And again, if you have questions, I do ask you to please put them out there so that you can get your responses so that we can answer those questions that you may not even have them right now, but when you get home, you might, or get back to your place of employment, have some questions that you thought about and you want answers to, and we will make sure that we get those responses to you. Again, thank you for your time, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attendance. Until next year, we'll see you again. Port of New Orleans, I have a drive.